Chapter 895. Greetings, Emperor of Heaven. Fu Moyan bowed respectfully. Ever since Qin Shujian became the Emperor of Heaven, he didn't meet him many times, but every time they met, he would feel great pressure. That kind of pressure. It didn't just come from strength. For a moment, Fu Moyan couldn't tell where the pressure came from. Although he had a lot of conversations with Qin Yi in the Sea of Consciousness. But, an incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven and the real Emperor of Heaven were two completely different feelings. Looking at the person below, Qin Shujian saw through him with just a glance. First level of the celestial being. His physical body was strong, and it was obvious that he had taken the first official step in the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture. Among all the players, there are only a few who have broken through to the celestial being realm. Not only have you broken through to the celestial being realm, but you have also broken through with the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture. Among the players, you can almost be considered the first. Qin Shujian nodded approvingly. Praise. A smile appeared on Fu Moyan's face. His words paused. Qin Shujian continued, I already know the purpose of your visit. During this period of time in the Tianhuang Great World, you have also eliminated many goals. I once said that if you work for me, you can get what you want. Now, I will teach you the middle part of the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture. After speaking, Qin Shujian raised his hand, and a ray of light shot out from his fingers and landed on Fu Moyan's body in an instant. The light fell. A huge amount of memories emerged in his mind. That memory. It could make the soul of an ordinary person explode. But Fu Moyan had already broken through to the celestial being realm, so it wasn't difficult for him to digest such memories. A few breaths later, he digested the memories of the middle part of the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture. Thank you, Emperor of Heaven, for bestowing the technique. Fu Moyan's expression was filled with gratitude. Although he was only at the first level of the celestial being realm and hadn't cultivated the first part of the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture to perfection, he didn't need to use the middle part at all. But in fact, the more perfect the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning scripture was, the easier it would be to cultivate it. Now, he had obtained the middle section of the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture. Fu Moyan believed him. His progress in breaking through to the second level of the celestial being realm would be increased by at least half. After imparting the cultivation method, Qin Shujian waved his hand again, and a jade bottle appeared out of thin air, slowly landing in front of Fu Moyan. The jade bottle contains a drop of blood essence from a sixth heaven immortal star beast. After diluting it, it's enough to temper your physique to an unprecedented level. Everything else aside, just the lightning tribulations before the sixth layer of the celestial realm will not cause you too much trouble. Hearing this sentence, the way Fu Moyan looked at the jade bottle instantly changed. What was his purpose in coming to the heavenly court? It was none other than to obtain the corresponding resources to speed up his cultivation in the great wide world. As long as the realm of the great wide world was high enough. In that case, his progress in the Tianhuang Great World would also be boosted accordingly. Now, the Violet Sky Divine Lightning Scripture's middle section and the drop of blood from a sixth-level immortal star beast had undoubtedly solved this problem perfectly. There was no hesitation. Fu Moyan immediately clenched the jade bottle tightly, with no intention of letting go. Thank you, Emperor of Heaven, for bestowing me with this treasure. I will definitely not let you down. I'll give you the Violet Sky Divine Lightning scripture and the blood essence of a sixth-level immortal star beast as your reward for completing the task during this period of time. But so far, this is all you can get. If you want to get more, you need to speed up the progress of the task. Qin Shujian's face was calm, and no one could tell whether he was happy, angry, or sad. Hearing this, Fu Moyan bowed. Emperor of Heaven, don't worry. After I improve my strength, I will go back and speed up the progress of the task and get rid of all the targets. That would be best. But I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask. Fu Moyan looked a little hesitant. If you think you should ask, just ask. If you shouldn't ask, don't ask. Qin Shujian's words directly blocked what Fu Moyan wanted to say. Seeing this, he had to give up the idea of asking. After a pause, Qin Shujian said again, when you return to the Tianhuang Great World, if you meet people from the Heavenly Alliance, you'd better help them. Don't let too many people from the Heavenly Alliance die. Help people from the Heavenly Alliance. Fu Moyan's face was filled with astonishment. Qin Shujian said, you don't have to think too much about the details of the Heavenly Alliance for the time being. Just take it that they have something to do with the Heavenly Court. I'll let you know about the rest when there's a chance in the future. Yes, Fu Moyan lowered his head and didn't dare to ask much. In front of Qin Shujian, there was always a faint pressure that made him dare not say much. If there's nothing else, you can leave. I'll take my leave. Fu Moyan cupped his hands and then turned to leave. After leaving the Heavenly Palace, he walked toward the southern gate according to his memory. It took him some time to successfully leave the Heavenly Court. Phew. After returning to the 4 continents, Fu Moyan suddenly let out a long breath. Why? Do you feel a lot of pressure in front of me? Qin Yi's calm voice sounded in his mind. Hearing this, Fu Moyan couldn't help but smile bitterly. I don't know why, but when I was in the Heavenly Court, there was always a strong pressure that made me feel uncomfortable all over. Strictly speaking, I'm no different from the Emperor of Heaven of the Heavenly Court. You don't feel any pressure in front of me, so why do you feel pressure in front of him? I don't know. Fu Moyan shook his head, also at a loss for Qin Yi's question. After a while, that was why he gave a plausible answer. Perhaps it's because Senior has been in my sea of consciousness for too long. That makes sense. Qin Yi nodded slightly, acknowledging this answer. There was a moment of silence. Fu Moyan couldn't help but ask, Senior, what was the purpose of killing those people in the Tianhuang Great World? He had been holding this question in his heart for a long time. At the beginning, he had asked but couldn't get an answer from the Emperor of Heaven. At this moment, Fu Moyan couldn't help but have this question in his heart. Because from the time he took on the mission until now, he had already killed many people. The more people he killed, the more confused he was in his heart. Although Fu Moyan could betray the world he was in for a chance, after doing the mission for a long time, he also wanted to understand some things and didn't want to be completely kept in the dark. Hearing his words, Qin Yi in his mind was silent for a moment. Just when Fu Moyan thought that he couldn't get an answer, a calm voice sounded in his mind. There's no problem in telling you. I didn't tell you before because I wasn't sure if you were sincere in cooperating with us, but now that you've completed a lot of the mission, there's no way out. Since you're confused, I'll just tell you everything. Chapter 896. Qin Yi's words shook Fu Moyan. Senior, please speak. The strength of any world's heavenly Tao is affected by many aspects, including the number of strong people and the strength of the providence. Qin Yi spoke slowly, neither hurriedly nor slowly. To this, Fu Moyan stood on the spot and listened carefully. In every era, there are children of providence or people favored by providence. Those people are destined to become strong people in the future and even reach the peak of the world. Because of the blessing of providence, their future will be smooth sailing. For example, they can break through by walking, turn misfortune into blessings when they encounter danger, and so on. These people are all irrigated by the providence of the world, which is equivalent to the world lending its own providence to them. Then, when they grow up, they will feed back to the world. The people you've killed now are all people favored by destiny. Every time you get rid of one, the providence of Tianhuang Great World will disappear permanently. The more providence disappears, the more power of Tianhuang Great World's heavenly Tao will have. When the real war starts, our chances of winning will increase greatly. After Qin Yi finished speaking, Fu Moyan stood on the spot for a long time, then digested all the words that Qin Yi had said. Until now, he finally understood why Qin Yi wanted him to get rid of those people in Tianhuang Great World. Favored by providence, son of destiny. Thinking of these words, Fu Moyan couldn't help but ask, may I ask, Senior, am I also a person favored by providence? You err in the sea of consciousness. Qin Yi's expression was a little strange. Immediately after, his faint voice rang out. Your providence can only be said to be ordinary. If you didn't cooperate with me, You would probably have fought with others for a chance to break through when you were in the God Martial realm. In the end, you would have been killed on the spot. Fu Moyan's face darkened. What did he mean? Was he destined to be a walk-on? He didn't dare to believe in his future. Fu Moyan didn't believe it. Senior, can you see my past and future? Of course. Qin Yi said indifferently, most people have a past and a future, and those past and future can be captured. As long as your strength reaches a certain level, you can more or less see a person's entire life with one glance. Of course, it was just a cursory glance, so it was unlikely to be too accurate. There was not much that could be seen. But you are different. I exist in your sea of consciousness. Furthermore, you accepted my mission. You and I are somewhat connected by karma. Therefore, I can see your true future. Get an explanation. Fu Moyan had completely given up on the last bit of hope in his heart. It turned out that he really had the fate of being a walk-on. However, he quickly came to his senses. According to Qin Yi's words, he was originally a minor character, but it was completely different now. After working with the other party and obtaining the title of World Traitor, he decided to go against the heavens and change his fate. If that's the case, then those people should be killed. Fu Moyan gritted his teeth. Why was it that his own fate wasn't good, while those people were born with good fortune? They were all the same, but they were treated differently. Since the heavens were unfair, then he would go against the heavens. All of a sudden, Fu Moyan's heart to carry out his mission became even more determined. According to the original path, he was destined to be sacrificed. Now that he had become a world traitor, it was equivalent to holding his own fate in his own hands. The progress of the mission was the progress of changing his fate. Looking at Fu Moyan's high fighting spirit, Qin Yi didn't know what to say. The progress of the Tianhuang Great Worlds mission is not bad. The other great worlds seem to be lacking a little. On the throne, Qin Shujian shook his head helplessly. Although he was overseeing the heavenly court, through the connection of several Emperor of Heaven's incarnations, he could accurately get the news of the other worlds in real time. Of course, the progress of the other worlds was slow, but at least there were no problems. It was a little slow. It was fine as long as there were no problems. He calmed down. Qin Shujian decided to no longer bother with the matters of those worlds. Instead, he turned his attention to himself. In the sea of consciousness, Godslayer was breathing in and out saber chi. After breaking through to the 8th tribulation Zhu Bing, the saber chi he was breathing in and out had become stronger. Even with Qin Shujian's current sea of consciousness, the saber chi could have a weak effect. Don't think of it as weak. One had to know that. Qin Shujian was the reincarnation of the Tao fruit of the Third Era and was born with an extremely powerful sea of consciousness. To be able to affect his sea of consciousness, it had to involve the Tao fruit level at least, or be almost qualified to do so. The fact that the Saber Chi Godslayer was breathing in and out could reach such a level had indirectly proved the other party's strength. However, Qin Shujian's attention was not on Godslayer but on Zhu Tian's star map. At this time, Zhu Tian's star map was lying quietly in the sea of consciousness. The endless galaxy flowed out from it, dyeing the grey sea of consciousness with a gorgeous color. If someone saw it, they would definitely think that it was not the sea of consciousness in front of them, but a galaxy in the vast void. The transformation is coming to an end. Qin Shujian's divine consciousness fell on Zhu Tian's star map for a long time and finally got confirmation. The transformation of this supreme treasure had taken much longer than he had expected. However, the longer the transformation took, the more satisfied Qin Shujian was. Because the longer it took, the more likely it was to transform into a 9th tribulation Zhu Bing. A treasure of that level. It was not something that could be created in a short time. If Zhu Tian's star map really only transformed for a day or two, the probability of failure would not be 100%, but it would definitely not be too different. In comparison, now that the star map was slowly transforming, the possibility of it becoming a 9th tribulation Zhu Bing was greater. Back when I was refining the Beast Emperor's star core, the heavenly cycle star diagram had already reached the peak of the 8th tribulation ancestral armament. Later on, after refining so many star cores, The heavenly cycle star diagram had long since surpassed the limit of the 8th tribulation ancestral armament. If it was not for the huge gap between the 8th tribulation and the 9th tribulation, the transformation would have been completed long ago. Qin Shujian looked at the star map and thought to himself. To be honest, he could not help but feel nervous when it had transformed to this point. There was no other way. In the eyes of any expert, a treasure comparable to a 9th tribulation Zhu Bing was an unparalleled treasure. In the first era, it was a supreme existence that could suppress a large sect or even a clan and ensure its immortality for hundreds of millions of years. In the third era, a treasure comparable to a 9th tribulation Zhu Bing could not suppress thousands of clans and sweep the world, but it could also make a force stand at the top. This was the strength of a 9th tribulation Zhu Bing and a natural treasure. As long as Zhu Tian's star map transformed successfully, the great tribulation of the demon abyss would no longer be a problem. Chapter 897. He withdrew from the Sea of Consciousness. Qin Shujian was almost certain. In 3 to 5 days, the transformation of Zhu Tian's star map would be completed. When that time came, the outcome of the battle would be decided by then. Immediately, he calmed his mind and observed the changes in his inner world. Since the birth of the human race, Qin Shujian rarely paid attention to his inner world. At this time, his inner world. There were not many changes. After all, for an inner world, there would not be many changes without thousands of years. For example, when the inner world was just born, many races were born directly. It was all because of Qin Shujian's excessive enthusiasm. Now, instead of excessive enthusiasm, he allowed the inner world to grow naturally. Therefore, it was natural for it to slow down. Since the creation of the inner world, only 2 true immortals have been born, and not many races have been born. If the inner world is allowed to grow naturally, it will not be of much use in the next 10,000 years. Qin Shujian observed the changes in his inner world, and some thoughts surged in his mind. To be honest, he did not have much hope for his inner world. Although his inner world was promoted to a greater world, his realm was very likely to break through to the Tao fruit level. But the transformation from a middle world to a greater world was not so easy to achieve. In terms of difficulty, it was many times more powerful than the peak of a middle world from a lesser world to a middle world. Tao fruit and non-Tao fruit. They were 2 different extremes. Judging from the current situation, there were already quite a number of rules that had been derived from the inner world. However, they were far from being perfect. Qin Shujian did not interfere too much with his inner world because he did not have the time. But now, the void demons had been destroyed, and the threat of the demon abyss was still there, but there would not be any changes in the short term. It was not as unstable as the void demons. There was plenty of time. Qin Shujian didn't plan to let his inner world continue to be so carefree. If I rely on my own understanding of the seed of rule to deduce the promotion of my inner world, it will take at least 1,000 years. Normally, 1,000 years is nothing. But with the current situation, 1,000 years can change too many things. Therefore, I must use a faster method to promote the advancement of my inner world. Qin Shujian withdrew his consciousness from his inner world. In the next second, he disappeared from his position. In the void, there was a vast grey river that flowed quietly. Occasionally, there would be some waves that would shatter the surrounding void, but it would calm down very quickly. Right at this moment, the void distorted slightly, and a green-robed figure stepped out from it, along with the appearance of the newcomer. The grey river seemed to have received some kind of strong stimulation, and began to surge violently. It's been a long time no see. Qin Shujian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were calm as he looked at the grey river. No matter how turbulent the waves beneath his feet were, they could not shake him in the slightest. Boom! Waves rose up and came crashing down on him. One could see with the naked eye that there were countless images appearing in the waves. However, Qin Shujian simply glanced at the waves. A ray of cold light shot out. In an instant, there was a terrifying eruption of great power. Everything calmed down in an instant. Then, he reached out and grabbed some of the river water in his hand. A ball of water floated above his palm, wrapped in a thick layer of true essence. One could see. The ball of water wrapped in true essence was now shaking violently. As it shook, wisps of true essence were also disappearing. To this, Qin Shujian's expression was calm. He was no stranger to the long river of time. Or rather, any Dao fruit expert would be no stranger to the long river of time. To that extent, every single existence had surpassed the restraints of the long river of time and ascended to a mysterious realm. If one wanted to surpass the long river of time, one had to have a sufficient understanding of the long river of time. Therefore, Qin Shujian was also very familiar with the long river of time. Although the current long river of time was not the long river of time of the Third Era, the two were essentially the same. It's a pity that I didn't comprehend too much of the long river of time in the Third Era. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to waste time now. Qin Shujian looked at the ball of water in his hand and shook his head. The power of time was very powerful. But for existences who had surpassed the constraints of time, the power of time was not worth mentioning. Therefore, for Dao fruit level existences, unless they were born with the power of time, very few experts at this level would deliberately waste time comprehending the long river of time. But it was different now. Qin Shujian needed to comprehend the power of time. Because once he comprehended the power of time, he would be able to control time and then have a certain impact on his inner world. This was what he needed to do. About 15 minutes later, the true essence covering the ball of water dissipated. The ball of water fell heavily on his palm. Instantly, the young and white palm withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. It became dry and dark yellow as if it was about to die. Soon, a powerful force surged from his arm. The dry and dark yellow palm recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The entire process. It happened in an instant. The power of time is indeed a fatal existence for beings below the Dao fruit level. Qin Shujian suddenly sighed. Then, he shook the water off his hand. Just now, he had lost no less than 1,000 years of his lifespan. And this, it was because he had expelled the power of time immediately. If it were other true immortals, that ball of water would have consumed at least tens of thousands of years of their lifespan. Bad luck. Even his 129,600 years of lifespan could be completely devoured. The loss of 1,000 years of lifespan also made Qin Shujian have some inexplicable feelings about time. He realized, if he touched the long river of time with his body, he would be able to comprehend the power of time faster. Of course, Qin Shujian didn't have such thoughts. Although his lifespan was very long and it was very likely to be endless, he didn't have such thoughts for the time being. He looked straight at the long grey river. Qin Shujian paused for a moment and finally took a step forward. He took a step forward. He crossed a short distance. The scene under his feet changed. Countless images disappeared as if they had never existed at all. Then, the long river of time shook violently. A huge wave rose, wanting to completely drown and swallow the person who was going against the flow of time and spying on the past. To this, Qin Shujian didn't stop. He waved his hand and sent out a palm print. Boom. Chapter 898. Qin Shujian swam in the river of time. The river of time in the universe ran through the beginning and end of the entire universe. Whether it was the past or the future, there were countless extensions. As long as there was a change in any place, it would give birth to many unknown changes in the past and future. However, without interfering with the past, there was a main storyline that existed. That was a mark that belonged to the past. But it was different from the past. The future could be said to exist at a certain point in time, but it could also be said to exist at every point in time. Take a cultivator, for example. His every action would cause countless changes in the future. Therefore, the future was unpredictable for anyone. Even if there was an expert who peeked at a corner of the future, it might not necessarily happen. It could only be said that the stronger the existence, the more accurate the future they saw. Because of that existence, they already had the means to deduce cause and effect. However, no matter how accurate the future was, it couldn't be 100%. Therefore, For a true expert, there was no need to explore the future at all. Because there were countless possibilities in the future, no matter how much they explored, it would be a waste of time. Therefore, in Qin Shujian's opinion, he had no interest in exploring the future. Not to mention that it wouldn't be of much help to him. On the contrary, it might be because he knew too much, causing him to make serious mistakes in some of his judgments. Right now, the river of time was vast and mighty. Qin Shujian didn't go with the flow, but against it. To comprehend the mysteries of time, I can only think of ways in the river of time. It's a good time for me to take a look at what happened in this era. Going against the flow of the river of time, Qin Shujian's expression was calm. In his line of sight. On the river of time, many scenes were projected. For the universe, every living being, even every blade of grass and tree had their own past and future. These past and future, they also gathered together, forming a vast river of time. At this moment, the scene in Qin Shujian's eyes was the scene of all living beings in the universe. Countless plants and trees rose and fell. Countless living beings were born and died. At this moment, they were all displayed in front of him one by one. A subtle enlightenment rose in Qin Shujian's heart. It seemed like some kind of transformation was taking place, but it also didn't seem like a big change. Every time I swim in the river of time, I gain different insights. Unfortunately, these insights are no longer of much use to me. Qin Shujian shook his head regretfully. He wasn't a Dao fruit now, but he had the knowledge of a Dao fruit. Comprehension in the river of time. To any true immortal of the upper three layers, it was a precious item. However, in front of the reincarnation of a Dao fruit, it became insignificant. After all, when he was at his peak, he could already surpass the limits of time. That kind of vision. It was not something that the current river of time could compare to. He punched out. A wave was forcibly extinguished. Qin Shujian walked with his hands behind his back, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. The river of time that was extremely dangerous in the eyes of other powerhouses posed no threat to him at all. After walking for an unknown period of time, all of a sudden, there were tiny whirlpools surging in the river of time ahead. It was completely different from the calm surface of the river. Seeing this, the corners of Qin Shujian's mouth curled into a smile as he stepped into the whirlpool. As soon as he entered the whirlpool, the grey river suddenly shook violently. Waves of waves crushed toward him, wanting to kill this existence who was spying on the past without permission. Get lost! Qin Shujian shouted softly. With a flip of his palm, an imperial seal appeared in his palm. That was the imperial seal condensed by the heavenly quartz luck. The imperial seal flew into the air and then pressed down. Rumble. The surging river water directly fell in front of the terrifying pressure. Even the tiny whirlpool seemed to have condensed for a short time. At this moment, with the imperial seal protecting him, no matter how rampant the river of time was, it couldn't affect Qin Shujian at all. Regarding this, Qin Shujian didn't pay attention to the surrounding river water. Instead, he looked at the scene in front of him. There, a large group of cultivators gathered. In front of all the cultivators was a distorted and chaotic void. Soon, the scene changed again. There were tens of thousands of races fighting. There were also experts walking out of the chaotic void. Blood clouds covered hundreds of millions of miles. Today, Xia Yi of the human race is killing evil for the human race. A loud voice seemed to penetrate the river of time and directly entered Qin Shujian's ears. In the scene, a person in a green robe seemed to be aloof from the world. Even the aura of decay couldn't hide his unparalleled aura. The human race. Xia Yi. The human race can survive to the end of every era because every time the human race declines, there will be a hero who carries the hope of the race. Xia Yi, we meet again. Looking at the scene in the scene, Qin Shujian murmured softly. Logically speaking, with his cultivation level, a middle third layer true immortal shouldn't be a threat to him. In the past, when he hadn't awakened his innate wisdom, it was fine. But after awakening his innate wisdom, there weren't many things that could be valued by Qin Shujian. However, facing Xia Yi, he still felt a little emotional. Although the other party was only a middle third level true immortal, he had sacrificed too much for the human race. With the strength of a middle third-level true immortal, not only did he bury many true immortals of the myriad races, but he also cut off his own vitality and forcefully broke the laws of heaven and earth of the upper-class world. It could be said that, with the strength of a middle third-level true immortal, Xie Yi did something that even an upper third-level true immortal might not be able to do. Not only that, even after the other party died, he still retained his last bit of strength and silently protected the human race in the chaotic void. Xie Yi. He was a person who truly fought to the last bit of strength for the human race. Even if he wasn't the strongest person in the history of the human race, he was definitely the one who had sacrificed the most for the human race. In Qin Shujian's opinion, in terms of contributions to the human race, even the ancient Emperor of Heaven, Qin Kang, might not be able to compare to Xie Yi. It was very simple. After becoming the Emperor of Heaven, although he still cared about the human race, many of his decisions were from the perspective of the myriad races. He couldn't be as ruthless as Xie Yi. The Emperor of Heaven might be great, but he might not be considered a hero of the human race. But Xie Yi, he was worthy of being called a hero. Just as Qin Shujian was silently watching Xie Yi's final battle, in the scene, after Xie Yi killed the ancient true immortal of the demon race, he seemed to have sensed something. He looked up at the sky and their gazes met. At that moment, Xie Yi also seemed to have understood something and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Qin Shujian's expression was calm as he said a few words softly. "We meet again, Senior Xie Yi." Chapter 899. A Greeting. Qin Shujian's mood was a little complicated. He understood. Xie Yi could feel his gaze, but he couldn't hear what he wanted to say. The scene changed again. Boundless blood-colored lightning tribulation descended and was about to swallow Xie Yi. Looking at Xie Yi covered by the blood-red lightning, Qin Shujian suddenly had a strong impulse in his heart. Boom, he stretched out his hand, and a terrifying vital essence erupted. The long river of time shook, and countless water droplets containing the scene were strongly attracted, and then madly gathered toward one point. Throughout the process, there were stormy waves sweeping through the void. It was just a small vortex, but it had a tendency to become more and more intense. For such a change, Qin Shujian turned a blind eye. Only the imperial insignia suspended above his head was scattering down thousands of splendor, competing with the power of the long river of time. At the same time, Godslayer in the Sea of Consciousness also flew out, breaking the wind and breaking the waves with the momentum of the eighth tribulation Zhu Bing. No one knew how long had passed. All the water droplets that were extracted finally condensed into a scene, completely frozen there. Immediately afterward, Qin Shujian's palm went into the scene, as if to pull something out. At that moment, the long river of time was completely enraged. Huge waves surged one after another, extinguishing the thousands of splendor on the imperial insignia. Even the sharpness of the eighth tribulation Zhu Bing was forcibly shattered at this moment. What is the Emperor of Heaven doing? Why would it cause such a change? Godslayer was aghast. In the first battle after breaking through to the eighth tribulation Zhu Bing, he suffered a defeat in the long river of time, which made his self-confidence suffer a great blow. Originally, Godslayer thought that there were not many things in the world that could compete with him. However, the long river of time in front of him taught him a lesson. Faced with the frightening power that was surging forth unceasingly, even an eight tribulation ancestral armament appeared to be insignificant. But even if he couldn't resist it, Godslayer didn't dare to retreat without permission. At this moment, Qin Shujian's face was incomparably solemn. After his palm went into the scene, the process of pulling it out was extremely slow. Time trickled by. The commotion in the river of time grew bigger and bigger. A wave fell and the god-slaying saber staggered from the impact. Emperor of Heaven, are you done yet? I can't hold on any longer. Until now. He didn't care about his face anymore and shouted loudly. Qin Shujian didn't look back. He just said, if you can't hold on, return to my spiritual sea. You don't have to worry about anything else. The river of time can't do anything to me. All right. Without further ado, Godslayer simply returned to Qin Shujian's sea of consciousness. The other party had already said so. In his opinion, there was no need for him to persist. Of course. This was the main problem. The power of the long river of time was too strong. If it continued, even Zhu Bing, who did not have a lifespan limit, might be forcefully wiped out. Without Godslayer's help, the imperial insignia didn't have the ability to resist the river of time. In order not to lose anything, Qin Shujian waved his other hand and put away the imperial insignia. Then, endless Zhen Yuan erupted, turning into a powerful domain, isolating all the huge waves outside. Rumble. The huge waves slapped, and each strike was more than hundreds of millions of kilograms of force. Even an upper 3 true immortal would be beaten until his body collapsed in the face of such an attack. In less than 15 minutes, the domain shattered. In the end, the shockwave slammed into Qin Shujian's body. Boom, terrifying power poured out, causing Qin Shujian's body to tremble violently. Countless Daoist rhymes reflected from his body, but they quickly dimmed and finally collapsed. Then, new Daoist rhymes were generated, the entire process. It was as if he had fallen into an endless cycle. In addition to that, his lifespan was decreasing crazily. In the long river of time, just a drop of river water falling on an ordinary true immortal would lose at least thousands of years of lifespan. Even a powerful true immortal. Although the loss of lifespan was not as exaggerated as thousands of years, it was definitely not low. At this moment, a wave bombarded down, and it was not as simple as a drop of water. One breath. Qin Shujian discovered that his lifespan had been forcefully erased by 200,000 to 300,000 years. However, the loss of 200,000 to 300,000 years of lifespan did not have much impact on his almost endless lifespan. But what had to be understood was, the attack of the long river of time was not just a single attack. Soon, one wave after another bombarded Qin Shujian's body. Every time he attacked, it took away 200,000 to 300,000 years of lifespan. In less than 15 minutes, Qin Shujian had lost more than 10 million years of lifespan. Such a loss. Even if the lifespan of 100 true immortals were superimposed, they would still die quietly. However, there were not many traces of it on his body so far. The current Qin Shujian. He was already wholeheartedly focused on the matter in front of him. After realizing that the long river of time did not pose much of a threat to him, he could not be bothered to care so much. Anyway, his physical body was tyrannical. No matter how the long river of time attacked, it could not cause too much of an impact. As for the long river of time, in the eyes of other cultivators, it was a very terrifying method of reducing lifespan, but it did not have much effect. At this moment, Qin Shujian perfectly experienced the benefits of having a long lifespan. He could squander it at will. An hour might have passed. An entire day might have passed. His hand that had disappeared into the image had been pulled out bit by bit. Along with it, there was a light green ball in his palm. When the ball appeared, crack, the long river of time was like a cultivator. Its anger had risen to another level. In an instant, there was a monstrous wave that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Taking advantage of the fact that Qin Shujian did not have time to react, it smashed down fiercely. At that moment, the Dao runes on his physical body cracked, and his skin also exploded with blood. Qin Shujian was caught off guard. He was directly smashed and staggered, almost falling into the long river of time. Not only that, his lifespan had also decreased by an unknown amount. Half of his originally jet-black hair had already turned white. Such consumption. This made Qin Shujian suck in a breath of cold air. He did not dare to hesitate at all. When the next wave of the long river of time arrived, he forcefully tore open the void and disappeared into the void crack. Sensing the disappearance of the target, the long river of time shook crazily again. The river water surged violently. The sound of the waves seemed to be the roar of a supreme existence. The huge waves of hundreds of millions of feet covered the sky and the earth, sweeping everything. Fortunately, not everyone was qualified to enter the long river of time. At this moment, other than Qin Shujian, no one else had entered the long river of time. Or else, with the shocking fluctuations at this moment, It was enough to completely bury any true immortal here. Chapter 900. In the Heavenly Court. In the inner hall of the Heavenly Palace. The void was suddenly torn apart, and Qin Shujian's figure suddenly appeared. Then, in the blink of an eye, the torn void healed. Phew! Returning to his own territory, Qin Shujian let out a long sigh of relief. Now, half of his black hair had turned white. That was the result of the severe loss of his lifespan. Originally, Qin Shujian thought that his lifespan could be endless. But after the trip to the River of Time, he finally understood. Although his lifespan was long, it was not to the extent that it was endless. Heaven and earth will come to an end. Although I have opened up the inner world and theoretically have the same lifespan as heaven and earth, it does not mean that my lifespan is endless. This time, it's a big loss. Sensing the changes in his body, Qin Shujian shook his head and sighed. A big loss. It was really a big loss. He had been in this era for so long, but he had never suffered such a big loss. He silently calculated. The lifespan that he had lost in the River of Time was at least a few billion. In other words, Qin Shujian's real lifespan might only be about 10 billion years. 10 billion years of lifespan is actually not that long for the real heaven and earth. After all, the medium-class world can't be compared to the upper-class world, the medium-class world. 10 billion years was almost the end. Unless it was promoted to the upper-class world, then it could continue. So, in Qin Shujian's opinion, as long as the inner world was successfully promoted to the upper-class world, then his lifespan would be truly endless. Because at that level, he had already transcended the constraints of time. There was no time constraint. Naturally, there was no problem with his lifespan. Sitting on the throne, Qin Shujian closed his eyes and did not move. A powerful vitality was extracted from the inner world and directly converged into his physical body. In an instant, he saw that his white hair was recovering at an extremely fast speed. About half a day, that powerful life force dissipated. Qin Shujian opened his eyes and sighed. I have consumed half of my lifespan. It is impossible to completely recover to my previous state. While speaking, he grabbed his shoulder-length hair, which was mixed with some white. So be it. In any case, it wouldn't have much of an impact. Ignoring the external changes, Qin Shujian stretched out his hand, and a ball of light green gas suddenly appeared. He waved his hand. That ball of light green gas automatically flew downwards. When it landed, the light green gas gradually changed, and the shadow of a person solidified from nothingness. After the shadow completely solidified, a calm voice slowly sounded in the inner hall of the Heavenly Palace. I didn't expect such a powerful existence to have appeared in the world. I don't know if I should call you Human Emperor or Emperor of Heaven. Xie Yi looked at Qin Shujian, who was sitting on the throne with a complicated expression. As for the person in front of him, naturally, he was no stranger to it. In the past, when they met in the chaotic streams of space, they had met once. That was the first time, and this was the second time. At that time, Xie Yi understood that as long as Qin Shujian didn't die, he would definitely be a top expert in the future. But he had never thought about it. The other party would grow so fast, and his strength was far beyond his imagination. To be able to fish out a fallen person from the River of Time, completely reversing the rules of heaven and earth. Such difficulty. It was many times more difficult than cutting off the rules of heaven and earth. At least in Xie Yi's memory, there had never been an expert who could do this. Even the legendary ancient demon emperor and the ancient emperor of heaven probably couldn't do it. Hearing this, Qin Shujian smiled faintly. I'm no longer the human emperor. Senior can call me by my name or call me Emperor of Heaven. There's no problem. Etiquette can't be ignored. Greetings to Emperor of Heaven. Xie Yi bowed. Emperor of Heaven. Regardless of whether it was in the ancient times or now, the existence of status was incomparable. Even in his heyday, he still had to bow when he saw the Emperor of Heaven. He straightened up. Xie Yi looked at Qin Shujian. May I ask, Emperor Qin, what year is it now? How long has it been since I completely died? When he first saw Qin Shujian, He knew the other party's identity in his heart. It was a kind of vague feeling. But in fact, Xie Yi had no idea what was going on right now. Hearing the inquiry, Qin Shujian said, "There's no exact year, but it's been almost 20 or 30 years since Senior killed the ancient immortal of the demon clan." 20 or 30 years. Xie Yi's calm face finally changed. He originally thought that for Qin Shujian to grow to such a level, thousands of years had passed, or even longer. However, 20 or 30 years. This time was completely beyond Xie Yi's expectations. Too short. It was really too short. From a cultivator who wasn't a true immortal to the point where he could fish people out of the river of time, it only took him 20 or 30 years. Even with his knowledge, he felt a strong shock. Not long after, Xie Yi came back to his senses with a gratified smile on his face. In 20 or 30 years, Emperor Qin has grown to such a level. Then, the human clan must have regained the glory of ancient times. Qin Shujian was qualified to establish the heavenly court and become the Emperor of Heaven, which must have suppressed all races. Only the races recognized the heavenly court as the real heavenly court. He was born in the human clan. Now that he had grown to such a level, the human clan's situation was definitely not bad. In ancient times, when Qin Kang established the heavenly court, the human clan ushered in an unprecedented prosperity. Now that the human clan had another Emperor of Heaven, the human clan must have walked out of the haze of the past. As a human expert, Xie Yi also had deep feelings for the human clan. It was also his long-time wish to make the human clan flourish. Unfortunately, during the period of his existence, the human clan was not allowed to flourish at all. With all races as enemies, the human clan was on the verge of destruction at any time. But in such an environment, Xie Yi still had the ability to kill for the human clan. It was obvious how powerful his strength and methods were. Yes, the human clan is flourishing. Qin Shujian nodded and answered solemnly. Hearing this, the smile on Xie Yi's face became more gratified and even a little relieved. The human clan is flourishing. That's enough. Seeing Xie Yi's expression, Qin Shujian smiled slightly. Senior, you don't have to worry about the human clan. I was able to save you from the river of time because I don't want an ancestor who has sacrificed everything for the human clan to die. Senior, from now on, you can stay in the heavenly court and recuperate in peace. I won't restrict your freedom. Chapter 901. Stay in the heavenly court. It was an invitation from Qin Shujian. Pulling the other party out of the river of time was equivalent to Xie Yi being reborn. In fact, as long as one did not die due to the exhaustion of one's lifespan, there was a chance to revive in the river of time. In terms of talent, Xie Yi could also be said to be peerless. In Qin Shujian's eyes, the other party only used a few tens of thousands of years to reach the middle three levels of true immortal realm. So strictly speaking, Xie Yi's lifespan was at least a few tens of thousands of years. Xie Yi pondered for a moment and said, I want to go to the human race. Sure. Qin Shujian nodded and did not insist. The other party did not want to stay in the heavenly court and wanted to go to the human race. That was the other party's right. Although he hoped that Xie Yi could stay, he did not want to force it. Although Senior's soul was taken out of the river of time by me, your physical body was destroyed. It is not convenient for you to go to the human race in your current state. Why don't you stay in the heavenly court for a while? After your physical body is fully recovered, you can go to the lower realm. Qin Shujian thought for a moment and said. Hearing this, Xie Yi nodded. Then I will have to trouble you, Emperor Qin. I am in the heavenly court. Currently, the palaces are basically full. However, there is only one Eldar overseeing the outer hall of the heavenly court. If Senior does not mind, you can stay there for the time being. It just so happens that the Eldar has abundant spirit energy. You can cultivate there and recover faster. Many thanks. Xie Yi cupped his hands in thanks. Outer hall of the heavenly court. Xie Yi stood there and looked up. He could see the starry river hanging down from the heavenly court. The terrifyingly dense energy shocked him. What dense energy! Cultivating here for a year is probably comparable to cultivating for tens or even hundreds of years in other places. Although when he was in the inner hall, Xie Yi sensed the density of the surrounding energy. But at that time, he did not have the mind to sense so much. Only now, after leaving the inner hall and walking to the outer hall, did he truly understand how dense the spirit energy in the heavenly court was. Such dense energy! Even with Xie Yi's knowledge, he had never heard of such a thing. More than 200,000 years ago, if the human race could exist in such a place, then the myriad races wouldn't have the qualifications to persecute the human race. After sighing, Xie Yi's gaze falls on the osmanthus tree in front of him. Although it was called an osmanthus tree, it had grown into a towering tree. If it wasn't for the osmanthus fragrance, no one would have been able to recognize Mu Yang's true form. Greetings to Senior Xie Yi. The leaves of the osmanthus tree swayed, and Mu Yang's figure appeared. It was a young man. As soon as Xie Yi came out, he received Qin Shujian's voice transmission and understood the identity of the person in front of him. Even the Emperor of Heaven had to address him as a senior. Mu Yang did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. Seeing Mu Yang appear, Xie Yi nods and smiles faintly. Greetings to the current generation's Ling Huang. While speaking, his eyes flickered slightly. Level 3 true immortal. As the sovereign of a clan, it was not strange for him to be a level 3 true immortal. But the problem was, Mu Yang was currently guarding the outer hall of the heavenly palace. To put it bluntly, he was just opening the door. A cultivator guarding the heavenly palace was a level 3 true immortal. That was a bit too much. According to Xie Yi's understanding, even in ancient times, the heavenly court was not so extravagant. The two of them greeted each other briefly. Then, Xie Yi found a suitable position on the osmanthus tree and entered a state of cultivation. Inner hall. While Xie Yi entered a state of cultivation, Qin Shujian also began a short period of seclusion. He had to go into seclusion. The attack of the River of Time not only weakened his lifespan, but also left many hidden injuries on his body. These injuries, although they were not too serious, they would still affect his strength. Qin Shujian now needed to maintain his strength at his peak state at all times. Purpose. It was to prevent unexpected situations from happening. Xie Yi's rebirth. He didn't tell anyone about it. For 2 days, Qin Shujian was in seclusion, slowly recovering from his injuries. All of a sudden, his sea of consciousness shook crazily, as if something terrible was being born. Then, the Godslayer suddenly screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Emperor of Heaven, let me out, quickly. Such a commotion. Naturally, Qin Shujian, who had been cultivating in seclusion, woke up immediately. He frowned and immediately calmed down. The river of stars in his sea of consciousness surged, and a square array formation spanned across the sky above his sea of consciousness. A boundless power that could suppress the world spread out, causing everything around to condense. And in a corner of his sea of consciousness, Qin Shujian saw the Godslayer hiding there, shivering. Seeing this, he was speechless. The dignified 8th tribulation Zhu Bing was actually so weak. It was a disgrace to say it out. Jian Shan waved his hand. The Godslayer was thrown out of his sea of consciousness. After doing all this, Qin Shujian set his eyes on the array formation. Finally, the transformation is complete. There was a gratified smile on his face. Such power. Only 9th tribulation Zhu Bing could have it. Ju Tian's star array suddenly changed like this. It was obviously about to transform successfully. Otherwise, its power wouldn't be so strong. Under Qin Shujian's gaze, the power emitted from Ju Tian's star array was constantly increasing. If it was in the void outside, the space would have already turned into turbulence. Buzz, his sea of consciousness shook violently. A vertical river hung down from the array formation, majestically stretching for an unknown length. In the river of stars, there were extremely powerful star beast phantoms roaring wildly in it. The power of each star beast seemed to be able to compete with a third-level true immortal, which made people pale. Success. Such a change immediately made Qin Shujian overjoyed. As the owner of Ju Tian's star array, he received the corresponding message the moment the other party transformed successfully. At this moment, the river of stars flowed backward. All kinds of strange phenomena were slowly disappearing. After the array formation fell and stopped in front of Qin Shujian, it twisted and transformed into a creature that looked like a man and a woman. Xing Chen, greetings to the Emperor of Heaven. Very good. Qin Shujian looked at the person in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. It seems that you have successfully transformed. Thanks to the opportunity given by the Emperor of Heaven, I was able to successfully advance. Xing Chen bowed his head respectfully. Even if the transformation was successful, he didn't dare to be disrespectful to Qin Shujian. After all, the other party created him and could destroy him with his own hands. Qin Shujian said, now that you've successfully transformed, what level of strength can you reach now? One-on-one, I'm confident that I can trap that sword in the heavenly court. With the help of the Emperor of Heaven, no one below the Dao Fruit Realm will be my match. As for the Dao Fruit Realm, I haven't really seen it, so I'm not sure. Chapter 902. The Sword of the Heavenly Court, needless to say, referred to Sanhua. After all, only Sanhua, a primordial treasure, was qualified to be valued by the current Ju Tian star map. Another half a month passed. The injuries on Qin Shujian's body were almost fully healed. He tore through the void. He entered it again. After raging for a while, the river of time gradually calmed down. When Qin Shujian appeared in the river, there was not much movement around him. He stepped out steadily. He went against the current. The river stirred up thousands of waves, wanting to destroy the people who went against the current to spy on the past in the endless river. He punched. The river collapsed. Qin Shujian did not stop, still walking in the long river. It did not take long. He came to the place where he originally fished Xia Yi out. There was still a weak whirlpool there. He entered the whirlpool alone. Qin Shujian did not stop. Without waiting for the river of time to counterattack, he had already crossed the range of the whirlpool. He crossed the whirlpool. The timeline returned to the time before the human clan left the eastern continent. In the endless river, many scenes appeared one by one. There was the scene of the Yuan sect's heyday, the scenes of the various vassals rebelling, the establishment of the Yuan sect, and the rise of the Cold Mountain village. Scenes of the past flashed past Qin Shujian's eyes. Because he was going against the current. So those scenes were also presented in reverse. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian stopped in his tracks. In his sight, a bigger whirlpool appeared, like a black hole that could swallow everything that entered it. This is the time when the players arrived, and when I came to this world. Looking at the black hole-like whirlpool in front of him, Qin Shujian's face became solemn. The players were born. Logically speaking, they would not be recorded in the long river of time. Because the players were real, the long river of time had no way to leave their imprints. But there was one thing to know. The long river of time in the universe recorded everything in the entire universe. Even though it couldn't record the player's imprint, it could still record the effects of the player's imprint, and even capture some real traces. Therefore, the black hole vortex before him represented that period of time. It was extremely chaotic and terrifying, and it didn't allow others to investigate it at all. If it were any other upper three true immortal or even ordinary half-step Dao fruit cultivators, it would have been impossible. In the face of such a situation, they would choose to take a step back. But Qin Shujian was different. When he saw the black hole vortex, not only did he not have any intention of retreating, he instead took a step forward and officially entered that place. In an instant, the scene changed. A destructive force was wreaking havoc in the originally calm surroundings. Qin Shujian's aura rose, and a domain suddenly appeared, isolating the destructive power outside. Very soon, the domain collapsed. That destructive power was too tyrannical. Even the domain laid out with his true essence couldn't hold on for too long. He felt the fluctuation. Qin Shujian frowned. The destructive power here is a little too strong, but it's not enough to make me retreat. With a thought, a square formation diagram suddenly appeared. The formation diagram stretched out and became infinitely large, forcefully suppressing down, obliterating all the destructive power. Ju Tian star map. In this era, it was comparable to the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing. In other eras, it could also be called a carnate cardinal treasure. As soon as the formation diagram appeared, all the destructive power dissipated. Qin Shujian held Ju Tian star map and stepped into the black hole vortex. He no longer had to worry about the erosion of the surroundings. Without any interference, he saw images flashing constantly in the river. Those images looked blurry, but they also seemed very mysterious. Among them, Qin Shujian even sensed some familiar auras. Reality. He softly spat out 2 words. Qin Shujian couldn't be more familiar with the aura of reality. No matter what. He had once been a person who had gone through life and death, and had gone to the real world. He had plundered some real power from his body, allowing him to be extraordinary. Therefore, the real aura that others couldn't sense was so obvious in Qin Shujian's perception. The black hole vortex is full of real aura. Although it's only a weak aura and not a complete real power, it's also a deadly poison for the creatures of the universe. Unless it's at the half-step Dao fruit level, it's impossible to resist such a poison. If it's a cultivator of other levels, he'll be in danger of dying the moment he comes into contact with it. Looking at the real aura, Qin Shujian's expression was extremely solemn. For the universe, true power was an existence that could destroy everything. For ordinary living beings, they didn't need to use their true power. Just their true aura was enough to cause them to die. But Qin Shujian smiled slightly. Now the heavenly Tao of the various real worlds are gradually invading the vast thousand domains and the universe, causing the essence of the universe to undergo subtle changes. When the universe changes, the creatures of the universe will also be affected. As long as there's a little more time, the creatures of the universe will be subtly influenced. Although they won't become real creatures, they won't have to be afraid of the influence of such aura. The final outcome of the invasion of several worlds might not be good. However, the changes in this process were definitely beneficial. It was just that these changes were very subtle, and others couldn't sense anything at all. However, to Qin Shujian, these changes couldn't be hidden at all. He walked forward. After about a few breaths, Qin Shujian stopped again. In his line of sight, a desolate mountain stood there all by itself. Not only did he not feel unfamiliar with that mountain, but he also felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The reason was simple. Because that mountain was called Mount Liang, it started from a small bandit in Mount Liang, to the Mount Liang master, then to the sect master of Origin sect, the human emperor, and finally to the current emperor of heaven. Everything. It all started from Mount Liang, from that small mountain village. At this moment, Qin Shujian didn't see himself in the scene in the river, but he could see the changes in Mount Liang village. He knew that he had arrived here at this time. However, because he was the reincarnation of a Dao fruit, the river of time couldn't record the corresponding imprint. He walked forward again. A bandit who looked exactly like Qin Shujian stood there. However, the difference was that the bandit's eyes were lifeless and his face was lifeless. He looked like a wooden man who couldn't move. His figure appeared one step later, but suddenly appeared one step earlier. Then, the time I arrived here is on this day. Qin Shujian took a deep look at the bandit and took a step forward. The destructive power that filled the surroundings had already disappeared. He turned around and looked. The black hole-like vortex was left behind. Chapter 903. The moment Qin Shujian appeared, he also crossed the vortex. He could see it. The whirlpool in the river of time was formed because of his appearance. He continued forward. The river of time changed again. In Qin Shujian's vision, he could see many scenes. There was the peak of Great Zhao. There was also the appearance of Emperor Zhao and the fierce battle with the East Continent's demon emperor. Such a battle should not have caused a change in the river of time. After all, the two cultivators who had not even reached the perfected immortal realm could not cause much of an impact even if they fought until the sky turned dark. However, because this battle concerned the future of the East Continent's human race and the demon race. Under the entanglement of the two races' providence, there were some ripples in the river of time. He stopped in his tracks. Qin Shujian watched the battle between Emperor Zhao and the Demon Emperor. This battle will determine the situation of the human race in the East Continent. Although Emperor Zhao has not reached the Nirvana realm, he is indeed powerful enough with the legacy of the ancient heavenly court. In his vision, the two of them were engaged in an intense battle. The Demon Emperor was indeed powerful. Although he was in the 10th level of the Deva realm, his true strength was not inferior to those Nirvana realm cultivators. Of course, this wasn't anything strange. In terms of foundation, the demon race of the East Continent was not weaker than the demon race of the West Continent. However, they had suffered too much losses from the human race, causing their strength to weaken severely. Later on, they were killed by the human race, and the remaining demon saints had no choice but to flee. However, the Demon Emperor was powerful, but there was still a gap between him and Emperor Zhao. With Qin Shujian's vision, he could see that Emperor Zhao had not really reached the 10th level of the Deva realm. He was only in the 9th level of the Deva realm. However, the law that the other party followed was too powerful. The human Dao law. Even with the vision of a Dao fruit, it was an extremely powerful law. The human Dao was prosperous. The human Dao law would be powerful. It was no exaggeration to say that such a law had endless potential. The battle lasted for a few days, and the Demon Emperor was finally at a disadvantage. The other demon saints helped and besieged Emperor Zhao. At the same time, the human race's powerhouses also came and joined the battle. Qin Shujian glanced at it for a while, then looked away and looked at other images. In those images, humans and demons were engaged in a bloody battle. It was because of this battle that the human race walked out of the haze of the past and laid the foundation for the future of the human race. To put it bluntly, Zhao Emperor can be considered as the emperor who turned the tide and pushed the human race to prosperity. Qin Shujian thought to himself. Any emperor who led a race to prosperity was incomparable to the emperors of other eras. Among the myriad races, there weren't many people he admired now. Emperor Zhao, who had led the human race from its humble beginnings to its resurgence, was one of them. Xie Yi, who had fought his way out of a hopeless situation for the human race, was also one of them. Other than that, Xiao Chengfeng, who had fought his way into the demon abyss alone and died in battle, could barely be considered half a saint. And the reason why he was only half a saint was because he had comprehended the physical sanctification technique without any foundation. To Qin Shujian, the remaining experts of the 10,000 races were not worth mentioning at all. After a long time, Qin Shujian watched the battle that established the foundation of the human race in its entirety. In this battle, more than 1 million humans died in the battle. That tragic aura could even break through the restraints of the long river of time. He could clearly feel it. Regarding this, Qin Shujian was not too moved. The battle between the human race and the demon race had indeed resulted in heavy casualties, but that was only relatively speaking. Since the Third Era, when the human race walked out of the Eastern Continent and fought in the Outer Realm, all of them were more tragic than the current battle between the human race and the demon race. After he finished reading all of it, Qin Shujian finally took a step forward and walked forward. In this battle, the human race was destined to win, so he had no intention of interfering. Even if the human race was destined to lose, he would not interfere. Going against the current could. But if he wanted to interfere and change the past, the long river of time would definitely be furious. Similarly, once the past was changed, the future was destined to change. Qin Shujian would not do anything to change the past unless it was absolutely necessary. Moreover, he was not touring the long river of time this time to change anything. He was just purely comprehending the power of time. When he was fishing Xie Yi, the game with the long river of time allowed Qin Shujian to have a lot of comprehension of time. Now that he was going against the current and had walked for thousands of years, his comprehension was not great. Compared to the billions of years of time in the universe, a few thousand years is equivalent to a snap of a finger. It is not easy to go against the current and comprehend the power of time in a few thousand years. Qin Shujian shook his head helplessly. If he couldn't obtain the comprehension he wanted after going against the current for thousands of years, then he would go further. With his strength. Even if he didn't use Zhu Tian's star map, with the current counterattack of the long river of time, there was no threat. In the long grey river, a green robe fluttered in the wind. A person was wandering there as if he was taking a stroll. Scenes flashed. Qin Shujian's expression did not change at all. Because of going against the current, the human race was now in a stage of struggling for survival. He saw a young human expert appearing out of nowhere. He also saw a teen enter a mysterious place, and when he came out, he had become a strong cultivator. He also saw the monster race ruling the land. Under the rule of the human race struggled for survival. To allow the human race to live forever, a portion of the human race experts worked together to fight against the monster race. But more humans were under the rule of the monster race and had to hand over tributes each year to pray for peace. The tributes included both living people and livestock. It is already a blessing that a race is weak and not extinct. Qin Shujian suddenly sighed and looked away. Any race would have a time when they were weak. This was because there was no race in the world that would never change. Every race would weaken and also prosper. When they were at their peak, they could sweep the land. When they were weak, being able to ensure that their race was not wiped out was already the greatest blessing. Like a portion of the human race who sacrificed some people to survive, there was no way to scold them. Of course. Qin Shujian didn't appreciate this at all. What he appreciated the most were those who didn't completely lose their minds under the oppression of the monster race and dared to resist. Those people's resistance might bleed, but there was a high chance that they would fail. But it was precisely because of these people's resistance that the human race could walk out of the haze of being oppressed by the monster race in the future. If everyone did not resist and resigned themselves to the oppression of the demon race, it would not be long before the human race would disappear from this world. Or they would completely become livestock and rations raised by the monster race. Chapter 904. He traveled against the river of time and saw the rise and fall of the human race. Qin Shujian's mentality did not change much, but his comprehension of time had deepened. Until now, traveling against the flow of time, he had already pushed back almost 100,000 years. Compared to the prosperity of the human race, the later years could be said to be a disaster for the human race. Human experts could be seen dying everywhere. He could also see more humans being raised by the demons, regularly offered, or even reduced to rations. If it were other humans, when they saw this scene, they would have great killing intent towards the demons. They would even destroy the demons when they returned. But Qin Shujian was different. He had seen too much of the rise and fall of the race. Although as a human, he would have a deeper feeling when he saw the rise and fall of the human race. But in addition to his identity as a human, Qin Shujian was also the Emperor of Heaven of the Heavenly Court. And the Heavenly Court was a place that ruled over the 10,000 races. If he wanted to be the Emperor of Heaven, he had to abandon some of his prejudice against the various races. Moreover, the scene in front of him was something that happened more than 100,000 years ago. There was no need to pursue the responsibility of the demons and split the 10,000 races. Unless, one day, when the Heavenly Court was no longer around and he became a pure human expert again, he would settle this score with the demons. Some blood feud. It was not something that could be completely erased with the passage of time. It was a hatred that was engraved in his bones and bloodline. However, now that the 10,000 races were unified, he needed to restrain himself. In fact, it's not just the humans and demons. The other races also have deep hatred for each other. It's just that with the Heavenly Court suppressing them now, no one dares to be presumptuous. Qin Shujian's expression was indifferent as he calmly looked at the scene in the river. The 10,000 races could not fall into chaos now. Once they did, they would not have enough strength to deal with the demon abyss. Therefore, the existence of the Heavenly Court was necessary. Let's talk about it in the future, he sighed. Qin Shujian continued to walk forward. After an unknown period of time, In front of the originally calm long river of time, another powerful vortex appeared. He calculated the time. Qin Shujian was almost certain that the vortex should be the battle that split the 4 continents 200,000 years ago. Judging from the degree to which the laws of that battle had been severed, it was indeed qualified to form such a vortex. As expected, when Qin Shujian stepped in, he could see the experts of the myriad races fighting. The human race, led by Xia Yi, was fighting against the true immortals of the myriad races. The power of the great battle. Compared to the later battle between the humans and the demons, as well as the battle where the humans left the eastern continent, the scale of the battle was much larger. A few true immortals of the middle 3 levels and many true immortals of the lower 3 levels. The strength of the human tribe is indeed much weaker. If it weren't for Xia Yi, the human tribe would have been defeated. When Qin Shujian saw the number of true immortals on the human side, he couldn't help but shake his head. It was still fine if it was against a single race. Against the 10,000 races, there was an extraordinary disparity in the number of true immortals. However, Xia Yi's strength was indeed domineering. Qin Shujian could tell that even though the path that Yi Futian had taken was the path of rule attainment, he had also touched the edge of physical sanctification. As a result, he was almost able to fight against many in the middle 3 levels. In his sight, one by one, the true immortals of the human tribe began to self-destruct, dragging some of the true immortals of the myriad races down with them. In the end, only Xia Yi was left fighting the true immortals of the myriad races alone. Intercept the laws. Self-destruction laws. An incomparably gorgeous self-destruction erupted, engulfing all the true immortals of the myriad races. The world shook, and the laws were severed. The complete continent was split apart. Xia Yi's self-destruction bought 200,000 years for the human tribe. If it weren't for him, the human tribe would have been wiped out 200,000 years ago. Unfortunately, the human tribe's foundation was also exhausted in this battle. Facing the remaining demon tribe forces of the eastern continent, they were unable to contend against them. They were trapped in a struggle for survival for the next 100,000 years. If the human tribe was strong enough to suppress the demon tribe, after 200,000 years of stable development, the human tribe would definitely become terrifyingly powerful. Qin Shujian looked at all of this and silently made an evaluation in his heart. It could be said that Xia Yi had calculated everything, but he didn't expect the human tribe to be so weak after the war. Logically speaking, they should have hidden some of their strength before the war. However, looking at the gap between the human tribe and the myriad races, Qin Shujian shook his head again. They had gone all out and still reached such a stage. If they really hid some of their strength and waited for the future, the human tribe might have been wiped out. Because of the demon tribe, the human tribe has lost more than 100,000 years of development. Otherwise, when the human tribe walked out of the eastern continent in the past, with their 200,000 years of foundation, they would have been able to sweep through half of the world, not to mention suppressing the myriad races. Qin Shujian thought to himself. After taking a few glances, he continued to walk forward. Walking in the long river of time, it was as if he couldn't see the end. With every step he took, there was a huge wave crashing over. Unfortunately, as soon as the huge wave arrived, it was suppressed by Qin Shujian with a punch. 200,000 years. 300,000 years. 400,000 years. 500,000 years. 900,000 years. Unknowingly, Qin Shujian had already gone against the flow of the long river of time and walked to the past 900,000 years. At this moment, his comprehension of time had already reached a powerful level. However, even so, Qin Shujian had no intention of stopping. As he saw more and more of the past, he no longer intended to simply comprehend time. Instead, he wanted to see what had happened in the past. So far, in the past 900,000 years, the glory of the human tribe only lasted for less than 10,000 years. The remaining 800,000 years were all in a stage of struggle for survival. Of course, the closer it was to 1,000,000 years ago, the more stable the situation of the human tribe was. In the scene of 900,000 years, It could be seen that although the myriad races were going against the human tribe could also send many powerhouses to deal with them. Even if the flames of war soared into the sky and never stopped for a moment, the human tribe did not show any signs of defeat. In the scene of the river, there was a battle between the human tribe and the demon tribe's true immortal. In the end, the human tribe's true immortal risked serious injuries and killed the demon tribe's true immortal. But very soon, other powerhouses launched a sneak attack, causing the human tribe's true immortal to self-destruct and drag the other party down with him. Everything fell into Qin Shujian's eyes. In the beginning, the human race did indeed have as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. However, under the constant erosion of the 10,000 races, the newly born experts could not withstand the consumption of death, so they gradually declined. In the end, they reached a point of life and death. The myriad races' desire to destroy the human tribe is not ordinary. For nearly 1,000,000 years, the myriad races had maintained their original intention to destroy the human tribe. Their decisiveness was shocking. He retracted his gaze. Qin Shujian looked straight ahead. The long river of time there seemed to have been cut off. However, if one looked carefully, they would realize that the so-called cut-off was actually not a real cut-off. Instead, it had simply become a little illusory. Chapter 905. The River of Time is illusory. It's affected by the river of time of the great wide world. It seems that this is the battle 1,000,000 years ago. Qin Shujian looked at the river of time in front of him that seemed to be broken. His gaze became deep. The battle 1,000,000 years ago. The ancient emperor of heaven, Qin Kang, shattered the great wide world and destroyed the river of time. It could be said that that period of time had been completely erased in the river of time of the great wide world. Even if there were powerhouses who went against the current, they would only see an uncrossable abyss at the time node of 1,000,000 years. Other than that, there would be nothing else. The reason for the abyss? It was because the river of time was broken. However, the river of time of the universe was different. Even if a Dao fruit were to make a move, there was no way to easily cut it off. Therefore, the illusion in front of him was only affected by the great wide world. With such an influence, it was obviously impossible to truly cut off the river of time. He took a step forward. Qin Shujian had already walked toward the illusory river of time. That step. It was as if he was stepping on empty space, but also as if he had entered an endless abyss. The destructive power intertwined as if it was going to destroy everything. Buzz, in his sea of consciousness, Zhu Tian's star map seemed to have been stimulated by something, and a dazzling light immediately bloomed. In the next breath, the formation map flew out of his sea of consciousness and instantly floated above Qin Shujian's head. Brilliant light shone down in all directions. All of the destructive power was isolated from the outside world. Qin Shujian's expression was solemn as he walked forward step by step. In his line of sight, there was a shocking saber light that seemed to be able to cut through everything. At that moment, he felt a strong threat. What a powerful saber! This saber. Even from the perspective of his own Dao fruit, it could be considered powerful. It was as if it had been stimulated by the saber light. Zhu Tian's star map shook violently. Qin Shujian's footsteps did not stop. He still stepped forward. In the end, he stopped. In his line of sight, only a scene appeared. In the scene, countless palaces collapsed in midair. One could vaguely see flowing light flashing, symbolizing the glory of the past. Some of the palaces were mottled with blood. There were even broken corpses that floated away along with the palace. The heavens were cracking, and the earth was wailing. It was as if the entire world had fallen into doomsday. A middle-aged man with a dignified face and dressed in a black and gold robe was sitting alone in a hall. Beside him was a long saber that was still flowing with blood. When Qin Shujian saw the man, he was shocked. That person also seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head and looked over. His gaze seemed to have pierced through the river of time, unaffected by the past and future. That glance. Qin Shujian's heart skipped a beat as he punched out. The void in front of him instantly shattered as he took a step forward. In the palace, Qin Shujian suddenly appeared. To be able to travel against the river of time, Your Excellency's strength surpasses the ancients and dazzles the contemporaries. I never thought that such a powerhouse would be born in the future. The man looked at Qin Shujian with some amazement in his eyes. After saying that, he paused. He continued, speaking of which, I have also peeked into the future before, but I have never seen Your Excellency in the future. After saying that, the scene became silent. Whether it was that person or Qin Shujian, they just looked at each other silently. After a long time, the man suddenly smiled and said, since you can come from the future, it proves that the Great Thousand World has survived the great calamity of the demon abyss. There was a look of relief in his faint smile. Although the great calamity of the demon abyss has been passed, the sacrifices were not small. Qin Shujian sighed and immediately looked up at the cracked sky. This small world is about to be destroyed. The battle between the demon abyss and the Great Thousand World is coming to an end. Yes, the small world is about to be destroyed. The man sighed and smiled faintly. This small world has been established for tens of thousands of years. I thought that it would be able to exist forever, but I didn't expect it to come to an end. I have peeked into the future. Although the future has countless changes, there is one thing that cannot be denied. The great calamity of the demon abyss today will definitely reappear in the future. Man from the future, you are now going against the flow of time to find a way to deal with the demon abyss, or do you have other goals? That is not the case. Qin Shujian shook his head and said with his hands behind his back, I am going against the flow of time this time to comprehend the power of time. Comprehend the power of time. The man looked at him with a strange expression. The power of time is the most mysterious. It is not easy to comprehend it. Even if it is not easy, I am relatively confident. Qin Shujian smiled and looked at the scene outside. The scene in front of us will reappear 1,000,000 years later, but it will not be the demon abyss attacking the Great Thousand World, but the Great Thousand World attacking the demon abyss. Attacking the demon abyss. The man nodded slightly. It seems that the world 1,000,000 years later will be much more powerful than what I saw. Unfortunately, I will not be able to see such a scene again. I have already peeked into a corner of the not-too-distant future while they were talking. Another piece of the sky cracked and fell down. A powerful demon god broke through the void and slaughtered its way into the palace. That person and Qin Shujian didn't make a move. Instead, the long saber standing in the hall vibrated, and then a shocking saber light shot out, killing the demon god in the air. The evil demons are undying, but according to my observations, the demon god Steely in the demon abyss will be the key. If you really attack the demon abyss in the future, you can think of a way to break the demon god Steely. As long as the demon god Steely is broken, the evil demons should be completely eliminated. However, the demon god Steely is extremely powerful. To break the demon god Steely, you will need to be at least an 8th tribulation Zhu Bing. Of course, it could also be beyond the 8th tribulation. However, ever since the birth of the universe, there has never been an 8th tribulation Zhu Bing. The man looked forward and said something. Even when the many demon gods attacked, he did not make a move. He simply let the saber attack and kill those demon gods. After knowing that 1,000,000 years later, the world would attack the demon abyss. The man did not think too much about it. He just wanted to tell the other party all the information he knew in the limited time he had. No matter what. If the demon abyss could be destroyed, it would be a great thing for the vast thousand worlds. Qin Shujian remained silent and just stood at the side and listened. He knew a lot of what the man said. He even had his own methods to kill the evil demons. But even so, Qin Shujian did not interrupt the other party. The man pinned his hopes on him because he knew that he had no hope. Such a method. It was equivalent to a kind of inheritance. It was an inextinguishable inheritance of the torch flame. If one day in the future, Qin Shujian himself was at the end of his road, he might choose the same method as the man in front of him. Chapter 906. Some demon gods fell. However, more and more Fian Celestials came one after another. Qin Shujian even saw a few familiar figures among those demon gods. Those demon gods. They were a few of the many evil spirits he had killed. 1,000,000 years later. The other party was only a demon lord level demon, but 1,000,000 years ago, he was a demon god level demon. It could be seen. The drop in level was very likely because he had died too many times in the battle 1,000,000 years ago. Many demon gods rushed in, and the long saber let out a trembling sound. The saber light slashed out, and the demon gods fell one after another. Oh right. I once explored the outer realm void and sensed a heart-palpitating aura in a place. I suspect that there are some possible things outside the universe. Those things will one day pose a threat to the universe. In addition, I also vaguely sensed a lot of tyrannical power. That kind of power completely exceeds your level and mine. Perhaps long before the universe was born, there were some mysterious experts who had survived until now. They were fighting with unknown existences. Unfortunately, I tried my best, but I couldn't find too many traces. Perhaps one day, you can find them. That person smiled faintly. Qin Shujian knew what the other party was talking about. At the height that the person in front of him had reached, it wasn't strange that he could sense that something was wrong with the universe. But he didn't tell the other party the truth of the universe. Not everyone. Everyone wanted to know the truth. Especially since there wasn't much time left for that person. It might not be a good thing to tell the other party too much. There's not much time left for me. That person held the saber and walked out of the hall. The heavenly court couldn't resist the invasion of the demon abyss, causing the thousands of races to suffer heavy casualties. It's my incompetence as the Emperor of Heaven. Today, you've come to let me put down the last thing on my mind. I've seen my future very clearly. My incompetence has caused the world to fall into such a situation. This is a sin. Since it's a sin, I should make up for it after saying that. That person had already walked to the door of the hall. In his sight, a large number of demon gods covered the sky and the earth. They were densely packed, and the sky of the small world was crushed. That's right, my name is Qin Kang. I hope he will not disappear forever in the river of time. That person, who was also Qin Kang, suddenly stopped and said calmly. Then, he took a step forward and charged into the crowd of demon gods. The next moment. Then, there would be a saber light that would shatter the world. The river of time. Qin Shujian had already exited the screen. He had no choice but to retreat. Facing Qin Kang's saber, with his current state, he had no way to block it. If he were to be hit by that kind of indiscriminate attack, he would at least be seriously injured. Qin Kang swung his sword. This resulted in both the Great Thousand Worlds and the Demon Abyss suffering heavy losses. He had no choice but to do so. However, Qin Shujian understood that the other party had no choice but to do so. This was because the great wide world no longer had any power left. If they could not go all out, they could only be destroyed by the demonic abyss. Qin Kang, Qin Shujian muttered and suddenly smiled. Ancient Emperor of Heaven Qin Kang, your name will still be remembered even after 1,000,000 years. After that, he moved his feet and continued to walk forward. As for Qin Kang, Qin Shujian also admired him very much, but he did not intend to fish him out of the river of time. Because Qin Kang was too strong. It was very difficult to fish someone out of the river of time. Moreover, the higher the cultivation of the person being fished out, the more difficult it would be. Given his current strength, it was already not easy to fish out Xie Yi, who was a middle 3 true immortal. It was simply impossible to fish out a half-step Dao fruit expert like Qin Kang. Unless he could break through to the Dao fruit level. From the war forward, the human race showed a scene of prosperity, completely different from the destitute situation of the human race after the war. The peak of the human race was 1,000,000 years ago. Now that the world has reincarnated, the human race has returned to its heyday 1,000,000 years later. However, I don't know when the human race will fall into decline again. If the human race really falls one day, perhaps I will also fall. Qin Shujian's heart was filled with endless emotions. Fall. Who could not fall? Even an existence as strong as the Dao fruit level would fall one day. Therefore, he was not sure if he could really live forever. After all, there had never been anything in the world that could truly live forever. No, there's no such thing as eternal immortality. It's just that I'm not strong enough. If I'm strong enough, perhaps I can really become immortal one day. However, Qin Shujian did not know what level he had to reach to become truly immortal. While he was swimming in the river of time, the great wide world was also undergoing subtle changes. The destruction of the void demons. As a result, the outer realm completely fell into the hands of the heavenly court. It was also because of this that the myriad races had a wider space to explore. In addition to that, without the disturbance of war, the cultivators of the myriad races entered a peaceful period of rest and quietly improved their strength. Occasionally, a heavenly tribulation would descend, proving that an expert had transcended the tribulation to become an immortal. However, in the face of the immortal ascension tribulation, not everyone could succeed 100%. There were many who transcended the tribulation. There were many cases of failure as well. After many experts died under the immortal ascension tribulation, the other cultivators suddenly understood. Although the physical sanctification system was powerful, the risks were not small at all. On the contrary, the nomological Tao system was a little weaker, but the risks were almost zero. One had a 100% chance of successfully transcending the tribulation. One had a slim chance of surviving the tribulation. Unless it was an expert with absolute confidence, those cultivators would choose to use the nomological Tao. Is this the territory of the human race now? Xie Yi stepped on the ground and looked at the people coming and going around with a nostalgic look in his eyes. How many years had it been? No, it should have never been like this. He was born in the years when the human race was wandering around. At that time, the human race was in an abyss of suffering. There was no such prosperous scene as the one in front of him. In the past, Xie Yi had also fantasized about it. If the human race defeated the myriad races, then they would enter a prosperous period. Then, it should coincide with the scene in front of him. Unfortunately, even when he died, he didn't see this day coming. It was more than 200,000 years later. Xie Yi realized that his dream had already been realized by someone else. The human race is prosperous and has endless experts. This is what I imagined the human race to be like. He looked at the scene in front of him and suddenly had a carefree smile on his face. Some things that had been in his heart were also put down. Chapter 907. After being rescued from the river of time by Qin Shujian, Xie Yi stayed in the heavenly court for a period of time. It was all because the energy in the heavenly court was terrifyingly dense. That was why he was able to completely condense his physical body in just a few months. Condensing his physical body, he could be considered to have truly lived a new life. The only pity was that his strength hadn't fully recovered and was only around the first level of the true immortal realm. But Xie Yi could accept it. After all, he had lived a new life. So what if he lowered his cultivation level a little? As long as he had enough time, he believed that it wouldn't be a problem for him to return to his previous peak. In fact, he could even break through his previous peak. Walking in the eastern continent, Xie Yi had already seen many places and witnessed the current prosperity of the human race. Among the humans he met, the weakest humans were above the true martial realm and even showed signs of breaking through to the spirit god realm. Such performance. It proved that the foundation of the human race was much more terrifying than it was 200,000 years ago. After all, the human race at that time. Not everyone could be born as a true martial realm cultivator. But the current human race wasn't just born as a true martial realm cultivator. They were almost born as a spirit martial realm cultivator. Regarding this, Xie Yi couldn't help but feel shocked. Stepping on the land of the human race, boundless comprehension surged in his heart. In order to maintain this comprehension, along the way, Xie Yi didn't use his immortal energy to travel. He just climbed mountains and waded through rivers like an ordinary person. He was happy to do so. It took about a month. A vast and magnificent city appeared in his sight. The moment he saw the city, Xie Yi couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This city seems to be quite extraordinary. A Tao artifact, At least a 6-seal Dao artifact. With his eyesight. In an instant, he could see the extraordinariness of the city. If a 6-seal Dao artifact appeared in front of him, Xie Yi wouldn't be shocked. Because to him, a 6-seal Dao artifact was nothing. It was just something terrifying. But the city in front of him was different. It was easy to forge a 6-seal Dao artifact from a divine weapon, but it was definitely not easy to forge a 6-seal Dao artifact from a city. Everything else aside. At the very least, 200,000 years ago, the human race could not have done this. Xie Yi stops a person and asks, "May I ask what is the name of this city?" "You don't know?" Zhong Ergu's anger from being blocked for no reason dissipates a little. He looks at Xie Yi with a strange expression. In this day and age, there is actually someone who doesn't know about Cold Mountain City. What a rare occurrence. He had just returned from the Sea of Death and was preparing to return to the Origin sect to take a look at the situation. Now that he was being intercepted, he could only stop. He was asked a question in return. Xie Yi smiled. "I haven't appeared in the world for a long time, so I don't know much about some things." "No wonder." Zhong Ergu nodded. Just as he was about to speak, the cosmos bow on his back suddenly transmitted a message. "Go Z, this person is not to be underestimated. You have to be careful. He might be a walking true immortal." True immortal. When Zhong Ergu heard this, he could not help being shocked in his heart. He couldn't help but carefully size up Xie Yi, but he couldn't find any clues from him. But the more it was like this. Zhong Ergu's heart trembled. In the beginning, he didn't pay much attention to Xie Yi, so he didn't pay much attention to these things. But now, after the Cosmos Bow's reminder, he really found the problem. One must know. After studying in the Dead Sea region for many years, Zhong Ergu was no longer the same as before. Not to mention anything else. But just with the Guiyuan ancestral canon, he had already broken through to the 8th level of the heaven-human realm. In terms of strength, he almost had the qualifications to kill immortals. But even so, he still couldn't find any clues about Xie Yi. To this, Zhong Ergu didn't doubt that the Cosmos Bow's perception was wrong, because the other party was already qualified to touch the 9-seal Dao artifact after watering it with the blood of many fierce beasts. His perception was extremely strong. In this way, there was only one explanation left. The person in front of him was very strong, much stronger than him. When did such a strong person appear in the human race? Zhong Ergu didn't expect that the human race would have such a big change after he left for a while. A completely unfamiliar strong person was much stronger than an ordinary true immortal. In an instant, many thoughts surged in his mind, but he didn't stop talking. This city is called Liangshan City. It was built before the Emperor of Heaven established the Heavenly Court. It is also the holy land of the entire human race. Liangshan City, I see. Xie Yi suddenly understood. If the city was made by Qin Shujian, then everything made sense. After all, with the means of the Emperor of Heaven, it wouldn't be difficult for him to refine a 6-seal Dao artifact-level city. And Liangshan City might not be as simple as a 6-seal Dao artifact. He understood in his heart. Xie Yi smiled faintly. "Thank you for your guidance." "You're welcome. How may I address you?" "I'm Zhong Ergu from the Yuan sect of the Qianyuan Sacred Ground." Zhong Ergu took the lead to introduce himself, and then added, "Yuan sect is a sect founded by the Emperor of Heaven." "A sect founded by the Emperor of Heaven? So you are a disciple of the Emperor of Heaven?" Xie Yi's eyes were a little surprised, but more than that, he felt relieved. As early as when he saw Zhong Ergu, he felt that the other party was not simple. Although he was a diviner, he had a strong foundation. Among all the diviners he had seen, no one could be compared to him. Regarding this, originally, Xie Yi was also very curious as to who could nurture such a person. But if it was a disciple of the Emperor of Heaven, then it was different. Suddenly, Xie Yi smiled and said, "My name is Xie Yi." "Xie Yi, your name is Xie Yi?" When Zhong Ergu heard this, as if he had heard something strange, he took 2 steps back again and looked up and down at the person in front of him. After a while, he shook his head again. "Impossible. Senior Xia Yi is clearly dead. How could he appear here? It seems that he has the same name. Hearing Zhong Ergu's murmur, Xia Yi's eyes lit up. Xia Yi's eyes flashed. Have you heard of my name? As long as you are from the human clan, there should be no one who hasn't heard of Senior Xia Yi. Senior Xia Yi is an ancestor of the human clan. Today, Senior Xia Yi's name is still engraved on the human clan's monument. Zhong Ergu explained and then smiled. But Senior Xia Yi has long fallen. I didn't expect that your name would be the same as Senior Xia Yi's. I lost my composure just now. Please don't take offense. Until now. He thought that the person in front of him just had the same name as Xia Yi. Chapter 908. The Human Clan Monument. Xia Yi's eyes flickered. He had heard something he had never heard of before. Zhong Ergu said, the Human Clan Monument is a record of the ancestors who sacrificed themselves for the human clan. May I ask where I can see the Human Clan Monument? Originally, the Human Clan Monument could be seen in the East City, but later, a strong cultivator moved a Human Clan Monument to Liangshan City. If you want to see it, you can see it in Liangshan City. Zhong Ergu pointed to the city in front of them. Thank you. Xia Yi cupped his hands in thanks and walked towards the city. Zhong Ergu opened his mouth and wanted to stop him, but after thinking about it, he dismissed the idea. An unfamiliar strong cultivator. It was not necessarily a good thing to have too many connections. Besides, it was just a true immortal. Even if he was stronger, so what? As long as Master Zhong broke through 1 or 2 levels, he was confident that he could deal with a level 2 immortal. There was no other way. This was the power of the Guyuan ancestral scripture. Looking at Xia Yi's back, Zhong Ergu shook his head and walked toward the Chenyuan sacred ground. The Chenyuan sacred ground. Not far from Liangshan City. To be precise. The entrance to the Chenyuan sacred ground was on the former Liangshan City. Now that the star energy between heaven and earth was rich, the small worlds of various clans had opened their entrances to receive the star energy. The Chenyuan sacred ground was no exception. However, there were still strong cultivators guarding the entrance of the sacred ground. Zhong Ergu showed his Yuanzong identity token and easily entered the sacred ground. It's been a few years, but the sacred ground still hasn't changed. Zhong Ergu looked around, shook his head, and then sighed, but there are some differences. There seem to be a lot more people than before. As soon as he finished speaking, the Chenkuan Bo couldn't help but mock, you've only been away for a few years and you're already pretending. A cultivator's lifespan is long. Not to mention a few years, even decades won't make much of a difference to a sacred ground. Dog, you're a little arrogant now. Old Chen, if you don't know how to talk, then don't talk. Zhong Ergu's face darkened. But he wasn't really angry. During the days in the Sea of Death, it was only this broken bow that talked back to him every day, which relieved him a lot of his boredom. Otherwise, Zhong Ergu knew that he might not be able to stay in the Sea of Death for such a long time. It was a walk in the park. He returned to the mountain gate where Yuan sect was located. Jiang Feng seems to have changed. Zhong Ergu looked at the black-robed man who was sitting cross-legged in front of the stone tablet of the mountain gate. His eyes revealed a look of bewilderment. In his perception, the Jiang Feng in front of him gave him a very different feeling from the past. There seemed to be a different kind of aura in addition to the tyrannical and murderous aura of the other party. Just as Zhong Ergu was feeling puzzled, a slightly hoarse voice came from the black robe. Elder Ergu is back. You can talk. Zhong Ergu was shocked. In his memory, Jiang Feng was just a sky corpse. Not to mention speaking, he didn't even have a little spiritual intelligence. Jiang Feng didn't care about Zhong Ergu's strangeness. He said in a low voice, Elder Ergu, don't be surprised. After the zombie clan breaks through to a certain level, they will naturally give birth to spiritual intelligence. I see. Zhong Ergu suddenly understood. Then, he looked at Jiang Feng with an awkward expression. Because he realized. He didn't seem to know how to address the other party. It didn't seem appropriate to call Jiang Feng by his name. But he couldn't think of another way to address him. Just as he was feeling awkward, Jiang Feng seemed to have fallen silent. For this, Zhong Ergu was relieved. He cupped his hands towards the other party and immediately walked up the mountain. The human clan's monument. On the other side, Xia Yi, who had entered Cold Mountain City, had already found the location of the human clan's monument. In fact, the location of the human clan's monument wasn't difficult to find. The monument stood in the center of Cold Mountain City. As long as he asked someone, he would know where it was. In Xia Yi's sight, there were many words engraved on the human clan's monument. The first thing he saw was his name on the top row. Xia Yi of the human clan, true immortal. In the year 6789, he killed the true immortal of the demon clan, severely injured the demon emperor, destroyed countless demons, and strengthened the human clan. There wasn't much introduction. But just by looking at the top of the monument, one could see the importance of it. Xia Yi of the human clan. After a long time, Xia Yi suddenly smiled as if he had seen something interesting. At this moment, there were some conversations in his ears. After so many years, I didn't expect senior Xia Yi to still be at the top of the human clan's monument. Of course, if senior Xia Yi didn't severely injure the demon clan, our human clan might not have been able to rise so quickly. Of course, the rise of the human clan was mainly due to the Emperor of Heaven, but senior Xia Yi also contributed greatly. Unless those few people died in battle, otherwise, I don't think anyone can match up to senior Xia Yi's merit. When one person spoke, he pointed his finger up as if it was a taboo. Hearing this, his companion's expression suddenly changed. Be careful with your words. Hearing this, that person also shut his mouth. But the other person's words were accurately transmitted to Xia Yi's ears. I didn't expect the human clan to still remember my name after 200,000 years. He sighed in his heart. It was undoubtedly a good thing that the human clan remembered his name. After taking a deep look at the human clan's monument, Xia Yi turned and left. Since he had been reborn, the records of him on the human clan's monument were no longer important. Immediately, Xia Yi strolled around Cold Mountain City for a while and once again experienced the strength of the human clan. Although the places he went before had many cities of the human clan, in terms of prosperity, they couldn't be compared to Cold Mountain City. Not to mention other things. Just the number of experts in Cold Mountain City alone was much more than the number of experts Xia Yi had seen in other places. From this, it could be seen. The prosperity of Cold Mountain City was indeed extraordinary. After paying some silver, Xia Yi found an inn to stay in. 200,000 years ago, the human clan didn't use silver for transactions, but it didn't hinder his understanding of silver. After all, no matter what, he himself was also a living true immortal. If he wanted to understand the basic knowledge of the human clan, he only needed to pinch his fingers to calculate and he would know most of it. As for how to obtain silver, it was even simpler. Randomly picking up some heavenly treasures or killing one or two demonic beasts, he could exchange them for a lot of silver. So, strictly speaking, Xia Yi had a lot of silver on him. He stayed in the inn. After that, he spent a few days touring the entire Cold Mountain City. Finally, Xia Yi left Cold Mountain City and walked towards the heart of the human clan. Chapter 909. The East Continent was originally very big. In addition, now that the spirit chi had risen, the growth of heaven and earth had sped up a lot, and it was even more astonishing. It was not much worse than the other continents. Walking on the land of the human race, Xia Yi looked at the surrounding scenery, and his heart calmed down a lot. 200,000 years. It could be said that the sea had turned into mulberry fields. The memories that he was familiar with in the past had long been worn away by the endless years. Except for the fact that the human race was still the same human race, everything else was very different. When Xia Yi was traveling the human race, Heavenly Court, Qin Shujian also officially withdrew from the Long River of Time. As soon as he came out of the Long River of Time, there was a rich aura of time on his body. After a long time, only then did the aura gradually disappear. Pinching his fingers to calculate, Qin Shujian understood. It turns out that almost a year has passed. The passage of time can't be felt at all in the long river of time. If I really continue to explore, 10 years will pass in the blink of an eye. Cultivators did not have a strong sense of time. In the long years, the passage of 1 or 2 years was not much different from 1 or 2 days. Regarding this, after Qin Shujian awakened his innate wisdom, he completely adapted. Emperor of Heaven, did you see Qin Kang just now? It was not until now that the Godslayer could speak. As early as when Qin Shujian forced his way into the past, he was sealed by a mysterious force, and his 5 senses were all blocked. In his last memory, he only saw Qin Kang's face and had no idea what happened after that. It was not until Qin Shujian left the long river of time that the sealing force disappeared. Recalling that sealing force, the Godslayer was still shocked. Someone as strong as the 8th tribulation Zhu Bing. In the face of that power, he had no power to resist. He already had some guesses in his heart. To be able to seal the 8th tribulation Zhu Bing effortlessly, it might involve the level of Dao fruit. Hearing this, Qin Shujian nodded. It is indeed Qin Kang. Qin Kang has already fallen. If the Emperor of Heaven can pull Xia Yi out of the river of time, why can't he pull Qin Kang out as well? Even the ancient Emperor Xia can be pulled out. They are all very powerful. If we can fish them out, it will definitely greatly increase the foundation of our heavenly court. The God-slaying saber asked the question in its heart. In the beginning, he definitely wouldn't have thought that there was such a thing as fishing for people in the past. However, after seeing how easily Qin Shujian was able to fish out Xia Yi, the God-slaying saber suddenly understood something. The so-called life and death. For a true supreme expert, it was also something that could be crossed. Qin Shujian shook his head. The longer the time span, the more difficult it is to fish. Moreover, the difficulty of fishing is not only related to time, but also the strength of the person being fished out. Although Xia Yi is strong, he is only a middle 3rd level true immortal. The weakest of those people you mentioned is an upper 3rd level true immortal. If I really want to fish them out, I will have to reach the level of Dao fruit. But even if you reach the level of Dao fruit, it doesn't mean you can fish people out without limit. Life and death are limited by the rules. Trampling on them occasionally is fine, but if you trample on them without restraint, the universe will be furious. In the face of an angry universe, even a Dao fruit expert won't be able to gain any advantage. If one could really fish people out without restraint, then the rules would no longer be rules. Therefore, it was not easy to resurrect someone who had died long ago. Even a Dao fruit expert couldn't recklessly resurrect someone who was already dead, because that would violate the rules. If heaven and earth were compared to a Dao fruit expert, then the universe was an even more powerful Dao fruit. When a cultivator reached Dao fruit, they could transcend heaven and earth, but they couldn't transcend the universe. Therefore, when facing such an enormous universe, even if it was in existence at the Dao fruit realm, they still had to avoid it. Hearing this, Godslayer felt somewhat regretful, but he also felt relieved. After 1,000,000 years, he very much wanted to see Qin Kang and the others. After all, he had a deep friendship with them. Let's wait. If you really want to see Qin Kang and the others, you might have a chance in the future. Qin Shujian said meaningfully. A chance? Godslayer was stunned, but judging from Qin Shujian's expression, he didn't seem to have any intention of going into detail. Seeing this, he couldn't ask too much. He calmed his mind. Qin Shujian sat on the imperial throne and began to invoke the power of time in the unseen world. A profound and vast wave of energy rose from his body and soon shook the entire heavenly palace. What's going on? Mu Yang, who was in a state of cultivation, was startled awake by the wave of energy. He looked at the inner hall of the heavenly palace in horror. The wave of energy was vast and unfathomable, like an abyss. But at the same time, it was somewhat illusory, as if it didn't exist at all. Even though he had obtained the memories of the ancient half-immortal Eldar, even Mu Yang was unable to discern the origin of that power. Mu Yang wasn't the only one who was shocked. All the experts in the heavenly court were awakened at this moment. They all looked at the heavenly palace in horror. To remain calm. Probably only Chu Kwangtu and Nyo Dali could. Well, this power seems a bit familiar. It's vast and ethereal. This is the power of time. Chu Kwangtu thought for a moment and figured out the source of that power. The power of time. It wasn't very advanced. When below the Tao fruit level, the power of time seemed very mysterious and terrifying, but in the eyes of the Tao fruit level, the power of time didn't play any role. Existences at that level could be said to have an endless lifespan. If the universe didn't collapse, they wouldn't die so easily. Not only that, Tao fruit experts could travel back and forth between the past and the future with their physical bodies. They were not bound by the long river of time at all. As a reincarnation Tao fruit, Chu Kwangtu sensed it carefully and found that it was a wave of energy unique to time. The power of time is neither strong nor weak. It should be impossible for those weaklings in the heavenly court to comprehend such a rich power of time. To comprehend such a level of time power, one must at least be a third-level true immortal. It seems that the Qin Emperor is up to no good. After thinking about it briefly, Chu Kwangtu thought of Qin Shujian. But what he didn't understand was why the other party was comprehending the power of time for no reason. Could it be that he wanted to use the power of time to speed up his cultivation? But that was impossible. The transformation from a half-step Tao fruit to a Tao fruit. It couldn't be completed by relying on time at all. It required both opportunity and enlightenment. But I'm only a 7th level immortal now. I can use the power of time to speed up my breakthrough. It seems that I have to find a chance to talk to the Qin Emperor. Chapter 9-10. The Inner Hall of the Heavenly Palace. An extremely rich power of time overflowed. Qin Shujian's divine sense spread out, and a formation fell, perfectly fusing with the power of time. In an instant. It seemed that some changes had occurred in the inner hall, but it also seemed that nothing had changed. Time has slowed down. Godslayer seemed to have noticed something, and his voice was bewildered. With his powerful perception, he could feel that the space outside his sea of consciousness was undergoing some intense changes. That change. It caused the flow of time to slow down a little. Compared to the outer hall, time in the inner hall was slower. In other words, if a cultivator cultivated here for a year, only a few months would have passed in the outside world. Thinking of this, the god-slaying saber was shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a method. The flow of time in the inner hall and the outer hall has barely reached a ratio of 2-1. It's too little. Qin Shujian shook his head. With twice the flow of time, 10 years in the outside world was at most 20 years here. 20 years. It couldn't change anything at all. Soon. Qin Shujian's thoughts moved again, and he began to shrink the range of the time's influence. From covering the entire inner hall to only a radius of 10 feet. At this point, the flow of time had reached a ratio of 20-1. That was to say, 200 years here was equivalent to 10 years in the outside world. However, this was still not in line with Qin Shujian's estimation. The range of time continued to shrink. The smaller it was, the stronger the influence was. 90 feet, 30-1. 80 feet, 50-1. 70 feet, 80-1. 20 feet, 300-1. 10 feet, 500-1. Qin Shujian sat on the emperor's throne, and the range of the time formation's influence had been reduced to 10 feet, and the flow of time had also become 500-1. In other words, 5,000 years in the formation's range was equivalent to time in the outside world. 500-1 is not enough, I can still make it stronger. Qin Shujian took a deep breath and began to shrink the range of the formation again. 10 feet shrank. It stopped at about 5 feet. The flow of time directly doubled. For this, Qin Shujian's immortal will surged out and compressed the time array. Under the pressure of the spiritual force, the array was still shrinking. However, the spirit formation seemed to have reached its limit. Every inch of shrinking was extremely difficult. Furthermore, with every bit of shrinking, the spirit formation would shake violently. It was as if it would collapse at any moment. Seeing this, Qin Shujian had no choice but to take out Zhu Tian's star map and place it directly at the center of the array. With the suppression of a supreme treasure comparable to the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing. The array formation, which was originally a little unstable, immediately stabilized. Instantly, the pressure on him lessened a lot, and he started the next round of contraction. In the end, the array formation's range was fixed at the Emperor's throne range. This was the limit that the array formation could shrink to. Even with the suppression of Zhu Tian's star map, there was no way to shrink it again. At this point, the flow of time had already reached an astonishing rate of 10,000. In other words, if one stayed here for 100,000 years, only 10 years would have passed in the outside world. In the sea of consciousness, the god-slaying saber stuttered when it felt the terrifying power of time. God, Emperor of Heaven, how fast is the flow of time now? 10,000. 10,000. Godslayer was instantly horrified. 10,000. 1 year in the outside world was 10,000 years here. The lifespan of a true immortal was only a little more than 100,000 years. If a true immortal was left here, it would only take a dozen years in the outside world for a living true immortal to reach the end of his lifespan. It was only because Qin Shujian had a long lifespan that he dared to play so unscrupulously. If it were other true immortals, they would never dare to do such a crazy thing. After all, a lifespan of 100,000 was not really that long. Qin Shujian felt the passage of time around him. Within the range of the formation, the inside and outside of the formation were two completely different worlds. Do you plan to stay here and accompany me for 100,000 years, or do you plan to leave the formation and have fun outside for 10 years? 100,000 years. Or 10 years. Faced with Qin Shujian's multiple-choice question, Godslayer did not hesitate to choose the latter. Because for Zhu Bing, there was also no limit to his lifespan. Besides, he had existed since ancient times and had lived for more than 100,000 years. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had lived for billions of years. Therefore, in Godslayer's eyes, 100,000 years was not much different from 10 years. I'll stay with the Emperor of Heaven. Okay. Qin Shujian nodded slightly and calmed his mind to cultivate. At his level, it was difficult to make any great progress by cultivating in seclusion. The reason he set up the time formation was mainly to let his inner world complete a great transformation in 100,000 years. Among other things, it would be best if his inner world could be promoted to the level of an upper-class world. If it really came to that point, it would be impossible. Then his painstaking effort to comprehend the power of time would not be a waste. Normally, there should be a lot of changes in 100,000 years. Not to mention other things, at least a lot of experts will be born in the inner world. By then, the rules of heaven and earth will be much more perfect. Qin Shujian thought to himself. 100,000 years. Based on the concentration of spiritual energy and the difficulty of comprehending the rules of heaven and earth, although there were a lot of true immortals, they were definitely not rare. Take the Third Era for example, when heaven and earth had just been born for more than 1,000,000 years, true immortals were almost everywhere. A bunch of true immortals could be born from any race. Of course, those were just ordinary lower 3 true immortals. Once they reached the middle 3 true immortals, whether it was at the beginning or the end of the world, they were very rare. But as long as a true immortal was born, the rules of the inner world would become stronger. Besides that, the more cultivators above the 4th level of the celestial being, the more rules seeds would take root and germinate. Qin Shujian was not 100% sure whether it could be promoted to an upper-class world. But now that the time formation had been set up, the rest would depend on whether 100,000 years was enough. If it was not enough, he did not have much choice. After all, the higher one's cultivation was, the stronger the premonition was. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, it might not be long before the heavenly Tao of the real world in all directions launched a total attack. When that time came, there was no way to resist without reaching the Tao fruit level. And before contending with the real world, the cancer of the demon abyss had to be removed. Even if the heavenly court did not take the initiative to attack the demon abyss, according to the current trend, the demon abyss would come in another 10 or 20 years. Instead of being passive, it was better to take the initiative to attack. Soon. Success or failure depends on these 100,000 years. Chapter 9:11. In the hotel room, there was a game cabin. All of a sudden, the game cabin shook slightly, and the originally closed cabin door slowly opened. A young man opened his tightly shut eyes and jumped out of the gaming chamber. How long has it been? Fu Moyan rubbed his eyebrows. After staying in the game for so long, his concept of time had become blurred. There was no other way. The passage of time in the game was different from the flow of time in the real world. If he couldn't adapt, it would cause such trouble. In fact, no one could really adapt to such a change in time. After standing there for a while, Fu Moyan came to his senses and looked at his watch. The time and date were clearly recorded on it. It's been half a month. Half a month in the real world was almost 2 months in the game. He silently felt the wandering spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Fu Moyan ran his cultivation method, and suddenly there was a huge amount of spiritual energy surging. The speed of the spiritual energy was much faster than before. After a while, he stopped circulating the cultivation technique, and the spirit chi that had gathered in the surroundings suddenly dispersed. Sure enough, the breakthrough in the game will be more helpful to the cultivation in the real world. Before and after breaking through to the celestial being level, the speed of my absorption of spiritual energy is 2 extremes. At this rate, even if I break through to the God martial arts realm, it won't take too long. Fu Moyan was very satisfied with the current changes. In the game, he almost exhausted his foundation and finally broke through to the 3rd level of the celestial being level. Such strength could only be said to be insignificant in the whole wide world. But in the group of players, he was already qualified to be ranked at the top. So far, there were only a few players who really broke through to the celestial being level, let alone the 3rd level of the celestial being level. It could be described as rare. More importantly, Fu Moyan walked the system of physical sanctification, and he cultivated the powerful cultivation method of the previous era, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture. In this way, although he was at the 3rd level of the celestial being level, in terms of strength, he could even fight with experts at the 5th or 6th level of the celestial being level. The premise was, those experts at the 5th or 6th level of the celestial being level did not walk the same system of physical sanctification. Or else, it was not so easy to challenge those at a higher level. But in any case, the benefits of the breakthrough in the game were obvious in the real world. Inside the sea of consciousness, Qin Yi's voice came out. Indeed, if you find a place to concentrate on your cultivation, you will be able to break through to the God martial realm in 3 to 5 years at most. You'll be able to break through to the divine martial realm in 3 to 5 years. Fu Moyan was excited. Was 3 to 5 years a long time? Actually, it wasn't long at all. But after the excitement, he quickly calmed down. Indeed, based on the current situation, he could break through to the God martial arts realm in 3 to 5 years, but that was definitely not the limit. If the him in the game could break through to level 6 or even level 10 of the celestial human realm, then, in reality, breaking through to the God martial realm would be as easy as eating and drinking. Let's talk about bigger things. If he could break through to the true immortal realm in the game, Fu Moyan felt that he might be able to break through to the God martial realm in real life. This was the difference between them. Focusing on cultivation right now was definitely not the right thing to do. Only by completing the mission and reaping the benefits from Qin Shujian would he be able to increase his strength at a crazy speed. Let's not talk about anything else. Just by being in the game for more than a month, he had broken through from the peak of the God martial realm to level 3 of the celestial human realm. If not for the benefits given by Qin Shujian, with his own opportunities, it was simply impossible for him to break through so quickly. Moreover, the true immortal crystals that he had obtained by chance in the void outside the realm had been completely used up. Without any other external support, it would probably take 10 years for him to break through to level 4 of the celestial human realm. He figured out the key points. Fu Moyan immediately laughed and said, "Senior, you must be joking. If I have the time to cultivate for 3 to 5 years, I might as well get rid of a few more Sons of Destiny. The benefits I get are much better than cultivating by myself. Not bad, it seems that your awareness is very high. Qin Yi nodded in satisfaction. Compared to cultivating by yourself, the benefits you get from killing the Sons of Destiny will be greater. What I can give you is not something that you can get by cultivating by yourself. Don't worry about completing the mission. As long as you kill enough Sons of Destiny, even if you become a true immortal on the spot, it won't be a problem. Really? Fu Moyan's breathing became rapid. True immortal on the spot. He knew very well that the other party was not talking about the real world, but the game world. But even so, the temptation was big enough. Just as he had guessed, as long as he broke through to the true immortal realm in the game, breaking through to the divine martial realm in the real world would be a matter of minutes. And breaking through to the divine martial realm was definitely not the end. With the true immortal realm as a foundation, he might even break through to the celestial human realm first. The allure of the various benefits of this was not an ordinary kind of temptation. Qin Yi laughed disdainfully. Breaking through to the true immortal realm in the universe is not a problem. Even if I let you break through in the Tianhuang Great World, it's not impossible. But there is a prerequisite, and that is that you are worthy of me paying such a price. Work hard, the true immortal realm is not the end. As long as you work for me wholeheartedly, you can get much more than you expect. Qin Yi crazily poured chicken soup into Fu Moyan. For a moment, Fu Moyan's heart surged. Breaking through to the true immortal realm in the universe could only be said to be the best among the players, but if he broke through to the true immortal realm in the real world, he would be the best in the world. Other than the heavenly Tao that even Qin Shujian was afraid of, there was probably no one who would be his opponent. At that time, didn't he still get whatever he wanted? Cough, cough. He was thinking too far ahead. Fu Moyan coughed lightly and calmed down a little. I understand what you're saying, Senior. It seems that most of the Sons of Destiny in this city have been killed. I heard that the capital city will have its first heaven roll ranking soon. Now that the news has spread, there will be many strong people going over. Those Sons of Destiny will also be unwilling to be left out. As he spoke, a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Heaven roll ranking. That was created by the people of the Tianhuang Great World, imitating the Zhu Tianhua general ranking in the game world, in order to distinguish the strong people in the world. As long as one left their name on the heaven roll, their reputation was destined to resound throughout the Tianhuang Great World. In life, it was either for fame or for profit. So Fu Moyan didn't need to guess to know that once the news spread, there would definitely be a large number of experts rushing to the capital city. Every son of fortune had a huge amount of fortune on them. Such conditions. It was also destined that they would not be weak. Chapter 9:12. Fu Moyan didn't drive but simply walked in the air. But everywhere he went, there would be exclamations. Flying in the air, it's actually an expert in the airborne realm. Bullsh *T, the airborne realm is only the lowest threshold to fly in the air. I saw that this expert's speed is as fast as lightning. It's very likely that he's a great cultivator in the prominent divine realm. Prominent divine realm, hiss. Everyone saw Fu Moyan's fleeting figure and sucked in a breath of cold air. Prominent divine realm. In the game, he would be the weakest of weaklings. In the game, the average strength of the players was at the divine martial realm. Only those who were very weak would wander around the spiritual martial realm. But the game was just a game. In reality, the physical invulnerability realm was already an expert. As for the spiritual martial realm, it was an expert among experts. If one could break through to the last realm of the spiritual martial realm, the prominent divine realm, then one would be a true great cultivator, one of the top existences in the world. The standard of ordinary people was at the early stage of the true martial realm. In the face of the exclamations below, Fu Moyan heard it all, but he didn't care. In the beginning, he would feel excited about those exclamations, even proud and complacent. But as time passed, it was just like that. As he flew in the air, Fu Moyan paid attention to the virtual map in his mind. On the map, a red dot appeared. Each red dot represented the location of the Son of Fate. So the place he was going now was to find the target of the assassination. The number of times he had completed the mission was not few. Fu Moyan was already very familiar with this. Soon, he approached the location of the red dot. His gaze swept over and instantly locked onto the target. As he took a step forward, he threw a punch at a young man. The powerful force caused the air to explode, causing the surrounding people to scream. "Who is it?" The sudden attack made the young man shocked and angry. Without thinking, he unsheathed the long sword at his waist. But just as the long sword was half out of the sheath, a powerful divine sense bombarded him, causing his mind to fall into chaos. His action of unsheathing the sword also stopped. A pause of half a breath. It was already enough to decide life and death. Fu Moyan's fist landed accurately on the young man's body. The force that could split a mountain instantly caused the young man's body to tremble violently. Then, he collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. Done. The entire process only lasted for less than 2 breaths. It was a successful strike. Fu Moyan left. After a long time, only then did the surrounding people react. Looking at the young man who was now like a pile of mud, they cried out again. "Murder! Quick, call the police. Did anyone see who was the one who killed him? I can't see it clearly. His attack was too fast." That kind of strength is very likely to be a prominent divine stage great cultivator. Some of the noisy crowd immediately dispersed, while others began to call the police. It was different from the game world. In the real world, there were laws. Especially after the Spirit Chi revival, the law was even stricter and scarier. Killing people on the street like this was basically a death sentence once caught. There was no other way. If the laws were not strong enough, they would not be able to intimidate other cultivators. All of a sudden, someone said uncertainly, "That killer just now, could he be the genius hunter who is ranked 3rd on the wanted list?" After saying that, the scene suddenly became silent. The wanted list. That was a list designated by the officials in the Heaven Wasteland Great World in recent years. Anyone who was on the list was an executioner whose hands were stained with blood. And those who were qualified to be on the list and wanted by the officials but were still at large, each one of them was extremely powerful. The Genius Hunter. Not long ago, a mysterious expert appeared out of nowhere. The other party did not kill many people, but each person he killed was a famous genius. In fact, if it was really ranked by the number of people killed, the Genius Hunter was not qualified to be ranked in the top 3. Not to mention the top 3. Even if it was the top 100, the other party would not have a place. However, that Genius Hunter had killed famous geniuses, and each of them had a big force behind them. In the blink of an eye, the other party had offended more than half of the powerful forces in the Heaven Wasteland Great World. In this way, it was impossible for the Genius Hunter not to be on the list. If it were not for the top 2 on the wanted list being too terrifying, the other party might have been qualified to be in the first place. Today's luck is not bad. You got rid of one so quickly, but now it seems that you have some trouble. Qin Yi's gloating voice rang out in the sea of consciousness. Fu Moyan was flying in the air as he replied with his mind, "Senior, you underestimate me. A few cultivators of the spirit martial realm want to keep me here, impossible, while talking." He had already flown a long distance away by flight step. Behind him, a few cultivators of the airborne realm were chasing. Different from the game, the Heaven Wasteland Great World was covered by the Heaven's Eye. Wherever there was illegal activity, it would be caught by the Heaven's Eye at the first moment. The first few times. Fu Moyan was also chased quite a few times. But as long as he mixed into a place with many people and used some illusion techniques, he could change his appearance and easily avoid the Heaven's Eye's pursuit. When the Heaven's Eye analyzed the data, then, he changed his appearance again. In short, although the Heaven's Eye was powerful, it was almost impossible to deal with a great cultivator of the prominent divine realm. As long as Fu Moyan wanted to escape, he could escape at any time. But he did not have the thought of escaping now. Anyone who was chased every day would have a temper in their heart. So, Fu Moyan ran directly to a remote place outside the city, wanting to attract people there. Behind him, the 5 pursuers all had solemn expressions on their faces. His running out of the city. There might be a trap. So what if there's a trap? Looking at his realm, his only at the prominent divine realm. We 5 of the airborne realm, can't we deal with a prominent divine realm cultivator together? An older cultivator snorted coldly and then added a few more words. And we've already sent out the message. It won't be long before other police officers come to help. As long as we can hold him back for a while, he definitely won't be able to escape. Hey, 3rd on the wanted list. If we take him down, we won't be a problem for us to get promoted and get a raise. Haha, Chase. The conversation between the few of them was carried out with their divine sense. The pursuit did not stop for a moment. Very soon, the 6 of them disappeared from the city one after another. Outside the city, in a barren mountain that had not been developed, Fu Moyan's forward movement suddenly reversed as he punched towards a cultivator behind him. That powerful fluctuation. Immediately, that cultivator's expression changed. How dare you fight back? Chapter 9:13. That cultivator. He didn't even think about it before throwing a punch. The 2 fists collided, and a terrifying force was released. His right arm was instantly broken, and he was sent flying with a scream. Li Quan. When the other 4 saw this, their expressions changed. Fu Moyan stepped into the void, his aura shaking the heavens and earth. His eyes were cold and frightening as he looked at the 4 of them. After chasing me for so long, it's time for me to vent my anger. A few airborne realm smelly fish and shrimps, you really think I'm afraid of you? As soon as he finished speaking, with a punch, it was as if the sky was collapsing. Be careful. This guy is ferocious, quickly dodge. Don't take it head on. The few of them immediately scattered in all directions. After all, with the previous example, no one dared to take Fu Moyan's attack head on. The astral chi descended. The earth shook and the mountains shook. In an instant, a huge pit appeared on the ground. Looking at the deep pit, the 4 people's faces turned pale, and the person who was the first to be seriously injured also eased a little at this time, holding one of his hands as he approached. The few of them looked at each other. They could see the deep fear in each other's eyes. Fu Moyan's strength had completely exceeded their expectations. It was just that the few of them did not dare to make a move easily, but Fu Moyan did not intend to stop. Since he had lured them to a desolate place, he would definitely kill them. Boom, the air exploded, and his attack had already arrived. At the same time, the powerful divine sense power that belonged to a great cultivator of the prominent sage realm erupted and swept out in an instant. Not good. Sensing that extremely powerful divine sense, the 5 airborne realm cultivators' expressions changed drastically. Without thinking, they used their divine sense to resist, and at the same time, their true essence bombarded together. A lot of true essence gathered together. The momentum was not small at all. But unfortunately, they met Fu Moyan. Although Fu Moyan was only a great cultivator of the prominent sage realm, with Qin Yi's teaching and the top cultivation method, he was not an ordinary cultivator of the prominent sage realm at all. Therefore, as soon as the battle began, the 5 airborne realm cultivators fell into an absolute disadvantage. After a long time, the fluctuations stopped. The 2 cultivators flew over and looked at the huge crater below, as well as the severed limbs on the ground. Finally, they landed. His strength is much stronger than expected. Here's a big problem. Feng Xiu's face was as gloomy as water, and a great killing intent surged in his heart. From the time they received the message to the time they rushed over, it was only a quarter of an hour. One had to know that the 5 cultivators were all in the airborne realm. Even if they weren't as powerful as prominent divine stage cultivators, there was no reason for them to all be defeated in less than 15 minutes. Unless, what they encountered was a great cultivator of the god martial realm. However, the truth was right in front of his eyes. So there really was a prominent divine stage cultivator that could be this strong. Standing beside him, Feng Quan slightly shook his head, his expression similarly unsightly. He's already been quite a troublemaker for a long time. Do you think that third place on the wanted list is a joke? But now, 5 airborne realm cultivators were killed by him in a quarter of an hour. His danger level has to increase by several levels. Even if he's not in the divine martial realm, his true strength might not necessarily be weaker than a divine martial realm expert. In the end, Feng Quan sighed heavily. Divine martial realm. That was the true peak of the Heaven Wasteland Great World. I've heard that in the Heaven Alliance, there are antiques of the celestial realm. Unfortunately, no one has seen them before. Right now, to be able to break through to the divine martial realm, he can already be called an expert. Feng Xiu's expression was also solemn. Carefully looking at the corpse on the ground, he silently felt the ripples. A very strong aura, it seems to have the power of lightning. I don't know what cultivation technique he cultivates, but looking at the remnant aura, he shouldn't have gone far. Should we chase? Feng Quan fell into silence. Whether or not to chase, that was a serious question. If it was a normal prominent divine stage cultivator, then he wouldn't hesitate to chase and kill. But the other party wasn't a normal prominent divine stage cultivator. In terms of strength, he had already reached a terrifying level. Unless a divine martial stage cultivator made a move. Or else, 2 prominent divine stage cultivators might not be able to deal with him. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Feng Quan could only sigh. His strength is very strong. Even if you and I chase after him, we don't have the confidence to deal with him. Right now, we can only temporarily retreat and increase the bounty. I believe that after this matter, the higher-ups will really pay attention to him. So what if he's comparable to a divine martial stage cultivator? It's not like there aren't any divine martial stage cultivators in the heaven desolate great world. He will only die in the end. A prominent divine stage cultivator had the strength of a divine martial stage cultivator. If he broke through to the divine martial stage, his strength would be extremely terrifying. Such an existence was a huge threat. Fu Moyan was originally ranked 3rd on the wanted list because he had killed enough people. Strictly speaking, he didn't have the right to be in the top 3. But it was different now. Given Zhong Shen's prowess, putting aside the 3rd on the bounty list, he might even be able to take the 1st place. After all, right now, the 1st on the wanted list was a devil in the god martial realm. We need to kill him quickly. If this goes on, he will become another Dongfang Shuo. Feng Xiu said coldly. Dongfang Shuo, the current 1st on the wanted list. He cultivated a demonic cultivation technique and sucked the essence blood of tens of thousands of people. In terms of cruelty, no one on the list could compare to him. He was a true butcher whose hands were stained with blood. Since the start, the number of people who died in his hands was announced to be around 100,000, but in truth, it was around 400 to 500,000. However, he was terrifyingly strong. No matter how they tried to surround him, they were unable to kill him. In the last battle, Dongfang Shuo was already heavily injured. Unfortunately, he was too good at escaping. If not, we would have taken his life. Forget it, let's go back. The 2 of them exchanged glances and decided to head back. Just at that moment, a strong sense of danger rose up in their hearts. Feng Xiu only felt a sharp pain in his chest. When he lowered his head, a palm pierced through his chest, holding a red beating object. That was his heart. Shua. He retracted his hand, and the pain intensified. Feng Xiu screamed and fell to the ground. However, the life force of a prominent divine stage cultivator prevented him from dying. On the other side, Feng Quan turned around and looked at the person who ambushed him, and his face turned white. Dong Fang Shuo. He didn't expect that Dongfang Shuo would appear here. He also didn't expect that Dongfang Shuo, who should have been heavily injured, would beat Feng Xiu to the brink of death in just an instant. Crushing the heart in his hand, Dongfang Shuo, who was dressed in a white shirt, revealed a cruel and vicious smile. Woo, it really makes one excited. Weren't the 2 of you happily discussing? Why aren't you talking now? Chapter 9:14. There were no words. Feng Quan turned and fled. But no matter how fast he ran, he wasn't as fast as a god martial realm expert. Bloodlight flashed. A large head flew up, and a headless body rushed forward for a while before falling to the ground. On the other side, Feng Xiu, who had lost his heart, was already dead. Dongfang Shuo stood on the spot and stretched out his hand. The blood on the two corpses seemed to be attracted by something and crazily gathered in his hand. In less than a breath, the two corpses turned into dried corpses. At the same time, the blood condensed at a point and finally turned into a blood pill that seemed to have substance. He held the blood pill with 2 fingers. Dongfang Shuo opened his mouth and swallowed it. The blood pill condensed from 2 prominent Saint Realm experts is not bad, but it's too little. If it was a blood pill condensed from hundreds of thousands of people, it would definitely allow me to break through a few small realms. He shook his head regretfully. Then, Dongfang Shuo thought about what he saw. That brat is also not simple. Although he is only at the prominent divine stage, he actually made me feel pressured. That surging blood chi is truly enviable. If not for my injuries not being healed, I would definitely want to have a taste. A few spirit martial realm cultivators died here. That side is probably going crazy. My injuries are not healed yet, so it's best to retreat first. Instantly, he disappeared on the spot. At this moment, Fu Moyan had already left the scene of the incident and changed his appearance. If he was in a crowd, he would definitely not be recognized. He walked on the bustling streets. He was like an ordinary person, walking and stopping, but he was still talking to Qinyi in his mind. "Senior, did you sense that aura?" "Yen, I sensed it. The smell of blood is very thick and he should have cultivated a strong demonic technique. Looking at the aura, he should be around the god martial realm. If you fought with him, your chances would be 40 to 60. Qinyi replied indifferently. Dongfang Shuo thought that he hid it well, but he didn't know that others had already sensed it. Fu Moyan understood. Senior said 40 to 60. "Who is 40 to 60? "You are 40 to 60. Qinyi replied, then added, "He has some injuries on his body, or else it would be 20 to 80. Although your foundation is not bad, you are still in the spirit martial realm and can't fully display the power of the purple heaven divine thunder scripture. When you break through to the god martial arts realm, the odds between you and him will be 82, or even 91. Hearing this, Fu Moyan felt a little better. To put it bluntly, if he wanted to challenge someone of a higher realm, there was still a gap between him and a powerful god martial realm cultivator. But if he broke through to the god martial arts realm, he wouldn't be much weaker than others, even if he couldn't defeat everyone in the same realm. Furthermore, I felt some killing intent just now. He probably wanted to attack you, but the reason he didn't is probably because he found you difficult to deal with. Combined with the information I've gathered, I suspect that he is the #1 fugitive, Dongfang Shuo. Qinyi said calmly. Dongfang Shuo, it's him. Fu Moyan frowned. They were all on the wanted list, so he was quite familiar with the first 2 names. However, Fu Moyan didn't think that he was the same type of person as the people on the wanted list. This was because he had a goal when he killed people. He only killed the Son of Fate and definitely didn't kill anyone else. But Dongfang Shuo was different. He would kill anyone, from the strong to the old, weak, women, and children. They were all killed with cruel methods. Qinyi said, the demonic cultivation mainly takes shortcuts. Although it is strong, there are many drawbacks. At the very least, if he kills too many people of the same race, he will be haunted by vengeful spirits. If he doesn't take the physical sanctification system, it will be fine. If he really takes the physical sanctification system, the immortal ascension tribulation will teach him a lesson. Haunted by vengeful spirits. Fu Moyan was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. The so-called haunted by vengeful spirits is caused by killing too many people. But at the same time, if you want to cancel out the haunted by vengeful spirits, you will need a lot of merit and a lot of luck. Take Huan Yu as an example. Every generation of human experts has their hands stained with blood. But because they only kill other races, even if their hands are stained with blood, they are deeply loved by the human race. Naturally, they will have the blessing of the human race to cancel out the sin of killing. But Dongfang Shuo is different. He killed people of the same race, and while he was haunted by vengeful spirits, he did not have enough luck to cancel it out. Once the heavenly tribulation arrives, he will definitely die. When Qin Yi finished speaking, she laughed coldly. Wantonly slaughtering people of the same race was something that both humans and gods would be angry about. It was fine if he killed a few people. If he killed a few thousand or a few hundred people, the power of the heavenly tribulation would at most increase by a little. But in his senses, the blood and vengeful spirits on Dongfang Shuo's body were so dense that it was almost condensed into a solid state. Without killing 300,000 to 500,000 people, it would definitely not reach such a level. So in Qin Yi's opinion, as long as the heavenly tribulation arrived, Dongfang Shuo would definitely die. Unless he followed the rules obediently, then he might be able to avoid it. Hearing that, Fu Moyan suddenly understood. He was very unfamiliar with these things. If Qin Yi didn't mention it, he definitely wouldn't know. Then, he came to his senses again. Senior, it won't be a problem for me to kill the Son of Fate now, right? He cultivated the purple heaven divine lightning scripture and would start to go through the tribulation when he reached the heaven realm. If he was haunted by vengeful spirits, it would probably be troublesome. Qin Yi said, there will be some trouble, but it won't be a big problem. Although you didn't kill many people, they were all people with great luck. If you go through the tribulation in the Tianhuang Great World, you will definitely encounter a powerful lightning tribulation. But there is one thing you have to understand. The stronger the heavenly tribulation, the stronger your strength will be after the tribulation. With the purple heaven divine lightning scripture, your foundation is much stronger than other cultivators. Even if the heavenly tribulation is powerful, there is a high chance that you can pass it. Also, with me around, there are many ways for you to pass the tribulation. At this point, only then did Fu Moyan feel relieved. It was fine as long as he could pass the tribulation. He was just afraid that he would play himself to death. But now, Qin Yi's words were a reassurance. After all, among the many strong people he knew, Qin Shujian was considered the first. After all, there had never been a strong person who could use a method to cross two worlds. Qin Shujian could. The Emperor of Heaven's incarnation in his mind was the best proof. He was relieved. Fu Moyan walked on the street and observed the virtual map in his mind at the same time to see if there were any red dots. Not long after, he changed his face and clothes again and disappeared into the crowd in the blink of an eye. Right at this moment, a few people in uniforms appeared and looked at the crowd in front of them. Every one of them was an unfamiliar face and their expressions became ugly. He escaped again. Chapter 9:15. When the outside world was changing, the inner world was also changing greatly. Since the birth of heaven and earth, powerhouses from the 10,000 races fought to be born. The first to become an immortal was the Emperor of Eldar. Zhenmu's name was completely spread. It was also because of Zhenmu's immortal ascension that opened the path to becoming a true immortal for the living beings of the inner world. Then, Feng created the human race and became the second true immortal of the inner world. If the appearance of the spirit race was a blessing from the heavens, then the birth of the human race had opened a whole new door for the other living beings. It turned out that the blood essence of a powerhouse could directly give birth to a race of living beings. Therefore, not long after the appearance of the human race, other races were born one after another. One powerhouse after another crossed the boundary between heaven and man and became an unparalleled true immortal. 1,000 years ago, the 10,000 races were developing steadily. As strong as Eldar and the human race, they were still in the beginning stage. Even though the emperors of the two races were the first to become immortals, they could not really sweep through the world. 1,000 years later, the 10,000 races gradually became prosperous and began to fight for territory. There was some friction between them. Even so, they had no way to start a large-scale war. After 10,000 years of the birth of heaven and earth, the 10,000 races had completely developed to a peak. The friction between the various races increased day by day and finally reached the point where it completely exploded. Until now, the 10,000 races almost had a small war every 3 days and a big war every 5 days. Many living beings had died in battle. In fact, even the powerhouses at the true immortal level had already shown signs of ending up. In the end, the 10,000 races can't coexist peacefully. Unless there's a powerhouse who can suppress the 10,000 races, only then can the war between the 10,000 races disappear. Walking in the inner world, Qin Shujian felt the killing in the world and sighed in his heart. From the 5,000th year of his seclusion, he had used his incarnation to walk in the inner world. In the end, he was also the creator of the inner world, which was equivalent to the ruler of the world. It was also a wonderful thing for his incarnation to travel around the world and watch the evolution of the world. In the past 5,000 years, Qin Shujian had traveled through more than half of the world. He didn't reveal even the slightest bit of his cultivation. He was just like an ordinary person as he silently walked through the world. He climbed mountains and crossed rivers as if he was looking at the world with a smile on his face. However, as the ruler of heaven and earth, Qin Shujian could also clearly feel that there was a murderous energy gathering between heaven and earth. It was the aura of the Great Tribulation. Once the heaven and earth's killing intent had gathered to a certain extent, it would directly descend. At that time, the murderous aura of heaven and earth descended upon him. All the cultivators of the myriad races would be drawn into the calamity. Regarding this, although Qin Shujian understood this, he had no intention of interfering. In his opinion, when a calamity befell the world, it was the process of the operation of the world. The conflict between the 10,000 races was also the general trend of the world. Even if he forcibly stopped it now, there would be a day when it would erupt in the future. Instead of waiting for it to erupt in the future, it would be better to let the myriad races have a good fight now. It wasn't just the inner world. Even at the beginning of every era in the universe, there would be a war between the 10,000 races. Roar. There was a tiger's roar in the forest, followed by a strong wind. Qin Shujian stood on the spot and said softly, "Freeze." As soon as he finished speaking, the strong wind disappeared. A black tiger was forcefully imprisoned on the spot, unable to move at all. Only its big bell-like eyes were still wide open, and one could clearly see the fear in them. "Do you think I should give you a chance, or let you pay the price you deserve?" Qin Shujian looked at the black tiger in front of him with a faint smile on his face. His words were calm, but when the black tiger heard it, it couldn't help but feel a chill in its heart. The black tiger didn't expect this. It was just hungry and came out to have a meal, but it encountered such a powerful existence. After all, it was a cultivator of the god martial arts realm, but in front of the other party, it didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Such an expert was at least a celestial being. Moreover, to be able to imprison it with just a word, it was definitely not an ordinary celestial being. After thinking for a while, Qin Shujian suddenly shook his head. "I suddenly don't want to kill today, so I'll give you a chance." After that, he walked to the black tiger's side and sat on it directly. Then, he took out the Emperor of Heaven fan that he hadn't used for a long time and knocked the black tiger's head lightly. "Let's go, carry me to another place to have a look." Suddenly, the black tiger found that its imprisoned body suddenly returned to normal, but it didn't dare to do anything. It could only follow the instructions and obediently walk forward. About half a day later, the black tiger couldn't help but ask, "May I ask how to address Senior? This junior didn't mean to offend you before. I hope you don't take offense." "My name." Qin Shujian thought for a while and said with a smile, "You can call me Emperor of Heaven." "Do you have a name?" "Emperor of Heaven." The black tiger muttered these 2 words carefully, as if it felt a little different, but he couldn't tell what was different. After a pause, he then replied, "I named myself Black Tiger." "Well, it's quite appropriate." Qin Shujian nodded. The name Black Tiger and the color of the other party's race were 100% compatible. It said that the great Tao is simple. "Your name is very good. May I ask Senior Emperor of Heaven, Where are you going? Wherever I go, be at ease and be my mount. There will be plenty of benefits for you. Qin Shujian sat peacefully on the black tiger's back, replying intermittently. Hearing that, the black tiger was slightly delighted. Although Qin Shujian just said it verbally, in his opinion, such a senior expert either didn't say it, or once he said it, there was a high probability that it would count. What benefits? The black tiger wasn't sure. But with the other party's identity, the benefits would definitely not be too low. After a simple exchange with Qin Shujian, he found that the other party was not so difficult to communicate with, and the reverence for the senior expert in his heart suddenly eased a lot. After a long silence, the black tiger was the first to speak again. Senior Emperor of Heaven, what realm are you in? After that, he was afraid that Qin Shujian would misunderstand, so he hurriedly explained, Senior, don't think too much. I don't mean anything else. It's just that my realm is low, so I want to look up to Senior's cultivation. If Senior doesn't want to say it, then just pretend that I never asked. For some people, cultivation was not important, but for others, it was a secret that couldn't be said. When the words came out of his mouth, the black tiger felt a little remorseful for his rashness. The fluctuations in his heart naturally couldn't escape Qin Shujian's perception. But he didn't get angry. He just sat on the black tiger's back and said slowly, What realm do you think I will be in? Chapter 9:16. What realm? Black Tiger thought for a moment and asked tentatively, Senior, are you at the Saint realm? He did not dare to say too high. If Qin Shujian had not reached that realm, it would be insulting. If the other party was angry and slapped him to death, it would not be worth it. Hearing this, Qin Shujian shook his head. Saint. It can be higher. Senior is a mighty figure. Black Tiger understood. As expected. Although a Saint Realm Master was powerful, it was impossible for them to freeze him with just a few words. Only an almighty master would be able to do such a thing. Now, the myriad races were at their peak. However, mighty figures who could reach the 7th level of the celestial being realm and above were existences that could not be ignored. One had to know. A mighty figure was the strongest realm below the true immortal realm. As for the true immortal realm, in every race, they were supreme existences. In some weak races, only the emperor of the race was a true immortal. And races without true immortals naturally did not exist. Even if they existed in the past, they were all wiped out now. The remaining races of the myriad races. In each race, the weakest had a true immortal realm overseeing them. A powerful race was not as simple as having 1 or 2 true immortals overseeing them. Hearing this, Qin Shujian smiled. A little higher than a mighty figure. Black Tiger stopped in his tracks, his entire body trembling slightly. Senior, could it be that you're a true immortal realm expert? True immortal. He had actually encountered a true immortal. Although Qin Shujian did not reply, he already had a trace of certainty in his heart. I guess so. Qin Shujian gave an ambiguous answer. True immortal? He was not sure if he had already stepped out of the realm of true immortals. Normally speaking, half-step Dao fruit should have crossed the true immortal realm, but it had not officially entered the Dao fruit realm. It could be considered an awkward position in the middle. His, Senior Emperor of Heaven, is actually a true immortal realm expert. Could it be that he is a true immortal of the human race? Black Tiger took a deep breath. Qin Shujian was indifferent. The words of the human race are not wrong. He received confirmation. After Black Tiger recovered from his shock, he was overjoyed. The person he was carrying on his back was actually a true immortal of the human race. One must know that the human race was now a famous race in the world with countless experts. In comparison, on the contrary, the strength of the tiger people he was in was much weaker. It would be a great thing for the tiger people if they could establish a relationship with the human race because of this. Even if he couldn't get in touch with them, he was very familiar with human true immortals, and as long as they could give him some benefits through the gaps between their fingers, it would be enough for him to enjoy endless benefits. I've heard that the current human emperor is the human ancestor who created the human race in the past. He's one of the few middle three true immortals in the world today. May I know what your relationship is with the current human emperor? After understanding Qin Shujian's background, Black Tiger's curiosity was ignited. Qin Shujian shook his head. I don't have a close relationship with the current human emperor. We've met a few times. I see. Black Tiger nodded, but he was non-committal. As everyone knew, the human emperor was the first human race and the only human race to be born. All the subsequent human races were created by the human emperor. Senior Emperor of Heaven said that he didn't have a close relationship with the human emperor. Obviously, he was lying to him. He just thought about it. He didn't really say it out loud. After all, if he accidentally angered such a senior expert who had reached the true immortal realm, it would be a fatal disaster. For a moment, the man and the tiger didn't speak. Black Tiger didn't know where Qin Shujian was going. He could only walk forward silently. As long as the other party didn't speak, he would keep walking. It hadn't been long since the world was created, and the innate spirit qi hadn't dissipated. Any living creature that was born would have a strong physique. Other things aside. For example, the physique of God martial arts realm cultivators in the inner world was much stronger than that of ordinary God martial arts realm cultivators in the universe. It was also because of this. Even though Black Tiger was carrying a person on his back, he still didn't feel tired from climbing mountains and wading through rivers. Soon. Half a month passed. Black Tiger didn't use his cultivation to hurry along the way. He just walked forward step by step. It wasn't that he didn't want to. It was that every time he wanted to fly, he would be stopped by Qin Shujian. There was no other way. The situation was better than him. Black Tiger had no choice but to accept his fate. Of course. After half a month of getting along, he didn't gain anything. At least, he occasionally gained something from talking with Qin Shujian. In addition, Black Tiger also found that, ever since Qin Shujian came, the surrounding spirit qi of heaven and earth seemed to be attracted by something and gathered crazily towards him. In half a month, even if he couldn't calm down to cultivate, he found that his cultivation was steadily improving. Such a discovery. Naturally, Black Tiger was ecstatic. In the era where the conflicts between the 10,000 clans were rising, the stronger one was, the more capital one had to survive. Although the God martial arts realm didn't seem weak, in fact, he could only show his power in some remote mountains and forests. In the 10,000 clans, the God martial arts realm was no different from cannon fodder. Senior, there seems to be a war between two clans in front. Shall we go around? Black Tiger stopped in front of a hill. He hadn't stopped for a long time. In his perception, there was an astonishing killing force gathering in front of him. The smell of blood drifted with the wind. Before Black Tiger said anything, Qin Shujian also noticed the abnormality in front of him. As the other party said, there were indeed two clans fighting in front of him. He took a look. He shook his head. Forget it. There's no need to get involved. Let's change our direction. Yes. Black Tiger nodded, jumped down the hill, and walked in another direction. But not long after, he was surrounded by wolves. Each wolf was more than 10 feet tall. Their sharp teeth had a cold light, and a fierce aura gathered. Black Tiger's face changed instantly. Moon Wolf Clan. The Moon Wolf Clan was about the same strength as the Tiger People. But the problem was, there were a lot of Moon Wolf Clan members in front of him. At a rough glance, there were 23 of them. He was the only Tiger People. If they really fought, he would definitely die in the mouths of the wolves. He panicked for a short while. Black Tiger quickly reacted, and his originally panicked state of mind regained its calm. After all, he wasn't just a lone tiger right now. There was a human true immortal sitting on his back. Senior, what should we do now? Black Tiger didn't retreat when he saw the Moon Wolf Clan closing in. Instead, he asked calmly, how troublesome. Qin Shujian sighed. He opened the Emperor of Heaven fan in his hand and fanned it in front of him. Rumble. In an instant, a strong wind blew, as if it was tearing the sky and the earth apart. The Moon Wolf clan members who were close to him didn't even have time to react. They were all swallowed up by the strong wind. Then, the strong wind dissipated. There was no longer a living Moon Wolf clan member around. Chapter 9:17. Black Tiger fell into a daze. He had never seen a perfected immortal attack. This was the first time he had seen it. With a simple fan, all the Moon Wolf clan members were reduced to ashes. Such means. Black Tiger could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Qin Shujian put away the Emperor of Heaven fan, knocked on the tiger's head, and said calmly, "Let's go, stop watching." Black Tiger did not dare to say anything and hurriedly walked forward. Just as the man and the tiger left, a huge moon wolf appeared in the air. Its cold eyes looked at Qin Shujian's back as he left. Its eyes were filled with fear. When did such a powerhouse appear in the human race? He had already noticed when Qin Shujian was surrounded. However, what he did not expect was, the other party's strength was so powerful that he could kill all the Moon Wolf clan members with a simple wave of his fan. That kind of power. Even as the Emperor of the Moon Wolf clan, he felt his heart palpitate. The Moon Wolf Emperor could not figure out when such a powerful being had appeared in the human race. Even though he was also a true immortal, he could still sense an aura that was as deep as the abyss from Qin Shujian. One had to know, he had seen the current human emperor of the human race before. Although that power was terrifying, it was much weaker than the person in front of him. So, the Moon Wolf Emperor's first reaction was to mistakenly think that Qin Shujian was a human powerhouse. However, his second reaction was to refute this guess. The human race, it was impossible for there to be such a powerhouse. The world is vast, ordinary perfected immortals are nothing. The Moon Wolf Emperor suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly. He thought that after breaking through to the perfected immortal realm, he would be one of the few powerhouses in the world. Apart from the emperors of the large clans, no one could pose a threat to him. But now, he had taken it for granted. Not to mention anything else, just that person alone was not confident that the Moon Wolf Emperor could survive. Moreover, since the first mysterious powerhouse had appeared, there might be a second or third hidden terrifying powerhouse in the world. If that was the case, then the top powerhouses on the surface would just be a joke. At least you know your place. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. Naturally, the Moon Wolf Emperor could not hide from his senses. However, since the Moon Wolf Emperor did not make a move, he would not make a move either. No matter what. His inner world had been created by himself. The living beings born from heaven and earth also had some relationship with him. Qin Shujian wouldn't kill anyone for no reason if they didn't provoke him. But if they provoked him, then there was nothing to say. Just like the Moon Wolf clan, they could be exterminated with a wave of his hand. To travel the world. This was not something that could be accomplished overnight. With the Black Tiger carrying him, Qin Shujian didn't need to waste his energy walking. This was because Black Tiger was not a weak cultivator to begin with. Coupled with his innately strong physique, it only took him a few hundred years to reach the end of the world despite the vastness of the world. "Senior, this is the end of the world." Black Tiger stopped. In front of him was a field of chaos. The grayish color seemed to contain some kind of great terror. There was a small snake-like gas moving about, but it didn't enter the world at all. Towards the end of the world. This was the first time Black Tiger had seen it. After all, it was not easy for a god martial arts realm cultivator to cross the world. If he didn't pay attention, there was a chance that he would die midway. Qin Shujian got off the tiger's back and looked at the grey chaos in front of him. His expression was as calm as ever. His inner world existed in his body. But it didn't mean that his inner world was directly connected to his flesh and blood. In fact, there was still a layer of chaos outside his inner world, just like there was an endless void outside the greater Kiliachasm. Only by breaking through the barrier of chaos could one truly break through the restraints of heaven and earth. However, without Qin Shujian's permission, no one would be able to break through the restraints of chaos. Unless an existence at the Tao fruit level was born in his inner world. But now that the world was not perfect and was only a medium-class world, cultivators at the Dao fruit level were not allowed to exist at all. It was not a Dao fruit. It was not easy for even a perfected immortal to break through. This was because the upper limit of heaven and earth determined the upper limit of a cultivator. The upper limit of a medium-class world was the middle three perfected immortals. Unless a cultivator from the medium-class world could take a step forward to the greater Kiliakasm, then the cultivators of heaven and earth could break through to the upper three perfected immortals. Just like the greater Kiliakasm. The upper limit of the greater Kiliakasm was the half-step Dao fruit level. Once one broke through to the Dao fruit level, one would be considered to have broken through the restraints of heaven and earth and advanced to another level. But whether it was the inner world or the greater Kiliakasm, it was definitely not an easy thing to break through that layer of limits. There have been more than hundreds of millions of living beings born in the greater Kiliakasm in this era, but no Dao fruit has been born. It's not that easy for an expert to break through the limits of heaven and earth to appear in the inner world. Qin Shujian thought to himself and then laughed. If a perfected immortal could break through the limits and break through to the upper three perfected immortals, then it would be a good thing for him. In that case, the strength of his inner world would increase a lot. If you carry me for 300 years, I'll give you an opportunity. Qin Shujian turned to look at Black Tiger and pointed a finger at its head. In an instant, Black Tiger fell into a daze. After a long time, when he came back to his senses, he found that Qin Shujian had disappeared. Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture. Recalling the memories in his mind, Black Tiger deeply felt the power of the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture. It was completely different from the cultivation method of the tiger people that he cultivated. Gradually, he stood there in a daze again. After an unknown period of time, a lightning tribulation descended between heaven and earth. At this time, Black Tiger withdrew from his state of enlightenment and looked up at the sky. There were already tribulation clouds there, and purple lightning fell from the sky into his eyes. Rumble. The lightning fell quickly and dissipated quickly as well. When the tribulation clouds dispersed, a powerful aura spread out from Black Tiger's body. I'm at the first level of the celestial being realm. He took a deep breath. A smile appeared on Black Tiger's face. When he was caught by Qin Shujian, he was only at the second level of the divine martial realm. After carrying him for 300 years, the spirit chi of heaven and earth automatically cleansed him, and he had unknowingly grown to the peak of the divine martial realm. Now that he was comprehending the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture, he naturally used the power of the lightning tribulation to enter the celestial being realm. The joy of breaking through lasted for a while, then slowly dissipated. Black Tiger looked at the empty space in front of him and the chaos not far away, and could not help but feel regret. It's a pity that I can't always be by your side, Senior. Otherwise, I can definitely grow faster, 300 years. If he cultivated diligently, he would at most reach the middle or late stage of the divine martial realm. It was just wishful thinking to break through to the celestial being realm. Chapter 9:18. After leaving the end of heaven and earth, Qin Shujian headed to other places in the inner world. Imparting the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture to Black Tiger was just a spur of the moment. A few hundred years. Black Tiger was willing to carry him without complaint, so it could be considered a little contribution. Of course. The real reason for imparting the cultivation technique was because Qin Shujian was on a spur of the moment. At his level. Whether it was a cultivation technique or not, it didn't matter anymore. On the contrary, what was really important was the comprehension of the laws and the Tao path one was taking. That kind of comprehension. It was not something that could be brought about by cultivation techniques. It was about nature. There are only 3 ways for cultivators to break through to the Tao fruit realm. The first is to use the power of the laws to nurture the body. After nurturing the body to the extreme, it will naturally break through to a mysterious realm. The second way is to take a single Tao path. Mastering one Tao will lead to mastery of all Taos. By mastering one Tao law to the extreme, one will naturally be able to advance. The third way is to comprehend the myriad Tao laws and finally combine them into one to become a Tao fruit realm existence. Among the three methods, the latter is the most difficult because comprehending the myriad Tao laws is the most difficult. Once one attains the Tao, their strength will also be the strongest. Unfortunately, since ancient times, no powerhouse has been able to break through to the Tao fruit realm with the myriad Tao laws. Walking on the ground, Qin Shujian recalled everything about the Tao fruit realm. The first method was to give him the method of the third era, which was the current so-called physical sanctification. The second method was the original method of this era. The second method is to take one Tao law to the extreme and eventually evolve it into the myriad Tao. It matches the legendary Tao fruit realm of the myriad Tao laws. Perhaps the Tao fruit realm of this era is the legendary Tao fruit realm of the myriad Tao laws. However, it is extraordinarily difficult to reach the point of evolving one Tao into myriad Tao. Therefore, strictly speaking, in the eyes of other cultivators, there are only two ways to attain the Tao. The first is the physical sanctification, the second is the myriad Tao laws. There is no such thing as a third Tao path. But I'm different. I'm taking the path of evolving heaven and earth. Evolving into the greater world is considered the third path. Qin Shujian smiled slightly. That was the path he was taking now. Before breaking through to the Tao fruit realm, it was called evolving heaven and earth. When he broke through to the Tao fruit realm, it should be called evolving into the greater world. The more Qin Shujian traveled in his inner world, the deeper his understanding of it became. He realized. Every time his inner world grew, he would gain a deeper understanding of the various rules. Although the laws of his inner world hadn't grown strong enough, there was no way for his comprehension of a particular law to reach a certain level. However, as long as his inner world continued to develop, Qin Shujian was certain that his comprehension of all the laws would reach a peak one day. When that time comes. This was the true Tao fruit level. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian took a step forward and disappeared from where he stood. In a grey and misty space, countless bright colors intertwined and finally formed a round ball. Qin Shujian's sudden appearance didn't cause any fluctuations in the grey space. The core of the world. He was not surprised by his current position. He had been to the core of his inner world many times. The colorful ball in front of him was, in fact, a manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth. The laws of heaven and earth are nurtured by the mother stream of laws. All the laws are reflected in the mother stream, but who knows that the source of all the laws exists in the core of the world and not in the mother stream of laws? Qin Shujian walked in front of the round ball and suddenly there was a surge of law power. The source of the laws. It existed in the core of the world. That was why so many powerhouses intercepted the laws and even self-destructed them, but they didn't make the laws disappear. The reason was. It was because those powerhouses who self-destructed the laws didn't really damage the source of the laws. As long as the source of the laws at the core of the world didn't disappear, the laws would exist forever. He sat down cross-legged. Qin Shujian's divine thought covered the source of the laws. In an instant, there was an extremely surging law power emerging. That feeling made him feel as if he was bathing in warm sunlight and a comfortable pleasure spread throughout his body. What a fascinating power! Qin Shujian had a satisfied smile on his face. Then he calmed his mind and began to digest the comprehension of the source of the laws. The inner world was equivalent to a hotbed for cultivating laws. Usually, when the inner world grew, he would grow as well. However, the breakthrough from a true immortal to a Tao fruit was not only about the growth of physical strength, but also about the comprehension of laws. The growth of the inner world can strengthen my physical body and give me strength comparable to a half-step Tao fruit. However, if I want to really cross over to the Tao fruit level, I still need to comprehend 10,000 laws on my own. The nourishment of the laws of the inner world is equivalent to a table of cooked food. As long as I eat it until I'm full, I'll have a chance to break through. Qin Shujian concentrated and silently comprehended the power of the laws. By eat, he didn't mean to swallow the source of the laws. Instead, he used the state of comprehension to let himself master the various laws. Until now. The laws derived from the inner world had far exceeded the number in the past. 10,000 years. Many things could happen. For a newly born inner world, 10,000 years was enough for it to be perfected. He just covered it with his divine thought. Qin Shujian clearly knew how many laws there were in the inner world. 36,753 laws. No, it should be 36,754 laws now. Qin Shujian shook his head. Just a moment ago, another new rule was born. It could be said that every once in a while, a new law would be born in the inner world. Moreover, the interval between the birth of a new law was getting faster and faster. In the beginning, it would take a few years for a new law to be born. Later on, a new law would be born in less than 2 years. Then a year, half a year, or even a month, to be honest. Qin Shujian himself didn't know how many laws there could be in the inner world. The so-called 10,000 laws was just a general name. In fact, there were far more than 10,000 laws in the inner world. Even though he was a Dao fruit expert in the third era, he had no way of knowing the limit of the number of laws in the inner world. I'm now constantly comprehending the power of the laws of the inner world and deepening the connection between the inner world and me. When it's completely compatible, I'll be able to achieve the natural derivation of the laws of the inner world. Then, I'll be able to control the laws immediately. When that time comes, I'll become a true Dao fruit cultivator. Although Qin Shujian hadn't really tried to transform into the greater world, he already had some premonitions as he was in the core of the inner world. He would break through to the Dao fruit realm himself. It wouldn't be so troublesome. Chapter 919. 20,000 years. 30,000 years. 50,000 years. 80,000 years. In the future, Qin Shujian stayed in the core of heaven and earth peacefully, comprehending the power of laws all the time. He was the Lord of heaven and earth. Therefore, the difficulty of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth was many times lower than that of ordinary people. In the beginning, Qin Shujian couldn't keep up with the growth of the laws of his inner world. But later on, he could grow and grow at the same time. In the outside world, various Daoist rhymes also appeared on Qin Shujian's body. A terrifying pressure emanated from him, causing the time matrix to tremble violently. Zhu Tian's star map, which was the eye of the formation, was fully activating its power at this moment, desperately suppressing the time formation so that it wouldn't collapse. Is the Emperor of Heaven going to break through again? Zhu Tian's star map was shocked. Although he was already comparable to the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing, when he felt this aura, he still felt a great threat. This aura was very strong. It was stronger than the experts that Zhu Tian's star map encountered. Before this, among the opponents he encountered, the strongest was the Emperor of the Star Beast clan. However, the power of that Star Beast Emperor was far inferior to that of Qin Shujian. If it weren't for him suppressing it, the time formation would have been shattered under the impact of this aura. But even with the suppression of the supreme treasure, this aura still leaked out. At that moment, the heavenly court was shocked. Regardless of whether it was the experts in closed-door cultivation or not, they all trembled from the bottom of their hearts when they felt the power of the aura. Emperor of Heaven. In Emperor Zhongyuan's palace, Emperor Zhao opened his eyes, and there was a look of horror in his eyes. Several years of hard cultivation. Now, he was almost at the threshold of the upper 3 true immortals, and even if he fought with a 7th true immortal, he was confident that he could contend with him. However, in front of this aura, he still felt like an ant. Zhao Huang was almost certain. Qin Shujian had definitely made another breakthrough in his realm. Emperor of Heaven is already a half-step Dao fruit expert. If he makes a breakthrough now, doesn't that mean? Zhao Huang's chest heaved up and down as he thought of a certain possibility. If he made another breakthrough from half-step Dao fruit, he would be a Dao fruit. Since the birth of this epoch, there had never been a Dao fruit expert. The experts closest to the Dao fruit realm were the primordial demon emperor, the primordial emperor of heaven, and the 2 experts from the Sea of Death and Heaven Abyss. As for the rest, there was nothing else. He had long thought that Qin Shujian might break through to the Dao fruit realm in the future. After all, he was the reincarnation of a Tao fruit. However, Emperor Zhao had never expected this. How could Qin Shujian break through so quickly? It had only been a few years. It had only been 20 to 30 years since the other party had established the heavenly court. Is the reincarnation of a Tao fruit really so domineering? Emperor Zhao's expression kept changing. He had been able to reach the peak of the sixth heaven immortal realm in such a short time. He was extremely talented and incomparable to others. However, compared to Qin Shujian, the difference was not as simple as just one level. On the other side, Xiao Chengfeng's eyes were also filled with shock. Is he going to break through to the Tao fruit realm? This aura made his heart palpitate. He was a sixth heaven immortal, but he was no different from an ant in front of this aura. One had to know. In his previous life, Xiao Chengfeng was a peak ninth heaven immortal. Although he did not reach half-step Tao fruit, he was not far from it. At his peak, he had even fought against half-step Tao fruit experts. However, even a half-step Tao fruit expert would not be able to give Xiao Chengfeng such a feeling. In that case, there was only one explanation. Tao fruit. Someone had broken through to the Tao fruit realm, or rather, someone was breaking through. In the entire heavenly court, there was only one person who could possibly break through. Moreover, the source of the aura pointed to the heavenly palace. All of his doubts were easily solved. Wu Ming was shocked and also sighed. There has never been an expert who could truly break through to the Tao fruit realm. I didn't expect that I would be able to witness the birth of a Tao fruit expert while I was still alive. It's been hundreds of millions of years, but all of my regrets have been made up now. First, the eighth tribulation Zhu Bing, who had never appeared before, appeared. Now, a Tao fruit expert was born. One after another, unforeseen events. The blood in Wu Ming's heart that had been silent for a long time gradually revived. It seems that I should also make a breakthrough. As Wu Ming spoke, a powerful aura appeared on his body. Seeing this, Xiao Chengfeng was surprised. Are you going to break through to the fifth tribulation Zhu Bing? I've accumulated a lot of foundation over the years. I can barely break through. Wu Ming smiled. He was not afraid of the upcoming heavenly tribulation at all. On the side, the sky-breaking halberd fell into a daze. A breakthrough? Was he going to break through again? He still remembered that when he broke through to the fifth tribulation Zhu Bing, Wu Ming was only a third tribulation Zhu Bing, and the Godslayer was only a fourth tribulation Zhu Bing. But now, he was still a fifth tribulation Zhu Bing, but one was about to go from the third tribulation to the fifth tribulation, and the other was even more exaggerated. He had directly jumped from the fourth tribulation to the eighth tribulation. The comparison. The sky-breaking halberd felt stifled. It turned out that unknowingly, the gap between him and the other Zhu Bing had been widened, and even surpassed. There was no reason. The sky-breaking halberd also had an impulse to break through. But when he thought of the horror of the sixth tribulation, he forcibly suppressed the thought in his heart. He successfully broke through to the fifth tribulation because of his many years of accumulation in the demon abyss. But it was not so easy to break through to the sixth tribulation. The sky-breaking halberd felt that his foundation had been strengthened a lot after cultivating in the heavenly court, but there was still a big gap to go through the sixth tribulation. 10 years. Give me another 10 years of accumulation, and I'm almost confident that I can pass the tribulation. Potian Ya secretly set a goal for himself. 10 years. He had to accumulate enough foundation in 10 years, and then pass the sixth tribulation. Beside him, Xiao Chengfeng nodded. It's naturally a good thing that you can break through. Go, I hope you can pass the tribulation successfully. To be honest, Wu Ming's sudden tribulation also surprised him. But it was only for a moment, and then Xiao Chengfeng felt relieved. No matter what, Wu Ming was his Zhu Bing. If he succeeded in passing the tribulation, his strength would also increase greatly. 5th tribulation Zhu Bing in hand. Xiao Chengfeng felt that his strength should be the strongest among all the third-level true immortals in the heavenly court. Even Zhao Huang. He might not be his match. With Xiao Chengfeng's approval, Wu Ming directly left the Eastern War God Temple, broke through the southern heavenly gate, and instantly disappeared into the atmosphere. In less than half a day, thunder rolled down, indicating that the tribulation had officially begun. On the other side, the majestic aura emanating from Qin Shujian was still suppressing the heavenly court, and it was becoming more and more intense. Chapter 920. Dao Fruit. Chu Kuangtu, who was cultivating in the hall, suddenly changed his expression. As a Dao fruit expert of the Second Era, he was more familiar with this level of aura than anyone else. Soon, Chu Kuangtu thought of something. Could it be that the Qin Emperor used the power of time to break through the Dao fruit realm? It shouldn't be. Breaking through the Dao fruit realm is not limited by time at all. Otherwise, how could there be so few Dao fruit experts in each era? He first thought of the power of time a few years ago, but soon overturned his guess. Breaking through the Dao fruit realm. It was not something that could be achieved with enough time. Some cultivators had existed since the beginning of the era, but they could not break through the threshold at the end of the era. The reason was, it was because the Dao fruit realm had nothing to do with the length of time. Whether one broke through or not was a mysterious matter. After all, although the power of time was difficult to comprehend, as long as one reached the 9th level of immortal and hardened his heart to comprehend it, there was still a high chance of success. If everyone could use the power of time to break through the Dao fruit realm, in that case, the number of Dao fruits in each epoch would definitely increase by at least 4 to 5 times. After all, though the fruits of Dao in each epoch were rare, 9th heaven immortals might not be plentiful, but their numbers were definitely frighteningly large. He felt that familiar aura. Chu Kuangtu could not keep calm at all. At this moment, he used his divine thought. The originally closed door of the hall suddenly opened and Niu Dali walked in from outside. You feel it, right? Yes, the aura of the Dao fruit realm. The Qin Emperor may be about to break through. Chu Kuangtu nodded slightly in response to Niu Dali's question. Niu Dali looked solemn. How could the Qin Emperor break through so quickly in this era? Even if he has the foundation of the Third Era, it is impossible for him to reach the Dao fruit realm in just a few decades. You should know that it took us more than 1,000,000 years to break through the Dao fruit realm. The Qin Emperor's breakthrough this time is somewhat unusual. Every Dao fruit expert had to go through millions or even billions of years of bitter cultivation to finally break through the boundary. But this era was different. The lifespan of a perfected immortal was only 129,600 years, so no Dao fruit had been born until now. In the ancient era, if Qin Kang did not die halfway, there was hope for him to break through. However, the overall probability of a breakthrough was incomparable to that of other eras. From this, it could be seen just how difficult it was to break through to Dao fruit. How long had it been since Qin Shujian advanced to the true immortal realm? At most, it had only been a few decades. Even the reincarnation of other Dao fruits would not have been able to complete the path to the true immortal realm in a few decades, let alone advance to the Dao fruit realm. Hearing this, Chu Kuangtu said in a deep voice, the Qin Emperor's path is completely different from ours. The fact that he could reach the threshold of the Dao fruit so quickly must have something to do with his unique path. Furthermore, have you noticed that the Qin Emperor's aura is much stronger than when cultivators break through to the Dao fruit realm? If he really breaks through, he might be comparable to the ancient gods of the First Era. In all the epochs, the strongest batch of Dao fruits were the Dao fruits of the First Epoch. He thought of those ancient gods. Chu Kuangtu also showed a deep fear. Although Niu Dali was also a Dao fruit of the First Era, he wasn't qualified to be called an ancient god. In fact, as a Dao fruit, Niu Dali was only the mount of a powerful ancient god. The fallen Taiching holy man was one of the ancient gods. Impossible. Niu Dali refuted Chu Kuangtu's words as soon as he finished speaking. The ancient gods are much stronger than you think. Although you and I are Dao fruits, we are still far from being comparable to the ancient gods. Although the Qin Emperor's aura is terrifying, I don't think it's possible for him to be comparable to the ancient gods. No one knew the ancient gods better than him. Nyo Dali still felt a lingering fear when he recalled the strength of the Taiching holy man. That kind of strength. It didn't mean that one could compete with him just because they were Tao fruits. In the third era, the Taiching holy man wouldn't have fallen at the end of the era if he hadn't been searching for the true secret. That kind of existence. Even the end of the era couldn't really threaten him. Only when the entire universe was completely destroyed and there was no possibility for it to be reborn, would the ancient gods truly walk towards extinction. In the current few epochs, the fallen ancient gods were all searching for something on their own initiative and had no choice but to fall. In short, they were no different from committing suicide. Let's wait and see. If the Qin Emperor can really reach the Tao fruit level, it'll be a good thing for you and me. Chu Kuang-tu sighed. Their biggest weakness now was that they didn't have the Tao fruit to suppress them. If Qin Shujian could break through, then their only weakness would be made up. He had a hunch. The real battle wasn't far away. It was just right for someone to break through at this time. After that, Chu Kuang-tu's gaze fell on Nyo Dali. If the Qin Emperor succeeds, it's a little inappropriate for you and me, as seniors, to be still in the upper three true immortal realms. So what if it's inappropriate? The Tao fruit level can't be broken through at will. Nyo Dali shook his head. He didn't care. Immediately, he turned and left the hall. Seeing this, Chu Kuang-tu waved his hand and the hall door slammed shut. After the hall door closed, he sat down cross-legged and prepared for the next round of cultivation. However, after a quarter of an hour, Chu Kuang-tu helplessly opened his eyes. He realized Qin Shujian was now breaking through. His aura was overwhelming the heavenly court and he couldn't calm down at all. He couldn't calm down. Naturally, he couldn't concentrate on cultivation. There's no way to stay in the heavenly court. Chu Kuang-tu couldn't help but complain in his heart. But he also understood. A true immortal transforming into the Tao fruit level was indeed powerful. Ordinary cultivators couldn't compete with him at all. There was no other way. Chu Kuang-tu could only walk out of the hall and walk out of the southern heavenly gate. He couldn't stay in the heavenly court any longer. He could only go to the 4 continents and open up a cave to cultivate. Compared with the heavenly court, the 4 continents were destined to be much worse. But there was no other way. If he didn't leave, he couldn't cultivate at all. In this way, even if the 4 continents were a little worse, he could only make do. When Chu Kuang-tu left, some true immortals, like him, left the heavenly court and returned to the 4 continents to cultivate. For a time, there were only a few immortals left in the heavenly court. Chapter 921. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian sat upright on the emperor's throne. The Tao runes became thicker and thicker, and one could even vaguely see the flow of laws. Rumble. The laws turned into a long river, and it was like a surging river. Soon, the long river of laws appeared one after another. Then, Qin Shujian's body was shining with endless rays of light. The rays of light directly broke through the restraints of the inner hall of the heavenly palace and even the heavenly courts, shining in the eyes of all living beings in the 4 great continents. There were billions of rays of light. There was also endless purple qi. All the cultivators in the 4 great continents looked up at the phenomenon in the sky at this moment. There was shock in their eyes, but more than that, they were puzzled. They did not understand. Why would such a phenomenon appear in the world for no reason? A natural phenomenon. Something unusual must have happened. Could it be that some expert has broken through? Some cultivators immediately thought of the breakthrough of an expert. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately sneered. Since when has there been such a phenomenon when an expert breaks through? Even if it's a perfected immortal breaking through, it can only affect such a large area. That's right. It's definitely not a phenomenon caused by an expert breaking through. The phenomenon of an expert breaking through to the perfected immortal realm is nothing compared to this. Maybe the heavenly courts know what's going on, many cultivators were discussing. The phenomenon in the world now aroused the curiosity of many people. However, no matter how curious they were, They could not figure out what was going on. Purple chi was vast. Rays of light shone. It lasted for half a year. In the beginning, many cultivators were very interested in the heaven and earth anomaly, but as time passed, they gradually got used to it. The so-called appearance of a supreme treasure and the breakthrough of an expert were all overturned. Because no supreme treasure was born, and no expert was breaking through, there would be no changes for half a year. What exactly was it? They still did not understand. However, the phenomenon had existed for a long time and there were no adverse consequences, so these cultivators naturally did not care. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian was still sitting cross-legged. The time formation that had been maintained was now on the verge of collapse under the pressure of that ancient aura. Zhu Tian pushed his power to the extreme with the star map, frantically suppressing the formation. In the sea of consciousness, the god-slaying saber was completely captivated. He realized. When his gaze landed on Qin Shujian's Dao aura, there were some mysterious changes. However, he wasn't sure what those changes were. But there was a voice in Godslayer's heart that told him, "Don't worry." As long as he comprehended enough, there was hope for him to advance to the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing. Regarding this, Godslayer was naturally very enthusiastic. After all, he was now an 8th tribulation Zhu Bing. If he went up, he would be a 9th tribulation. To be honest, Godslayer wasn't confident that he could break through the 9th tribulation. When he broke through the 8th tribulation, he had already used up all his means. In the end, it was Qin Shujian who helped him and he barely succeeded in passing the tribulation. Even the 8th tribulation was like this. The power of the 9 tribulations would definitely be even more terrifying. At that time, if he really faced the 9th tribulation, Godslayer felt that his chances of defeat were higher. Now, if he could comprehend Qin Shujian's Dao aura and increase his chances of breaking through to the 9 tribulations in the future, it would undoubtedly be a great thing. So, ever since the strange phenomenon appeared, the god-slaying saber had completely calmed its mind and seriously comprehended that mysterious thing. Time passed. The vision also became stronger and stronger. First, the heavenly palace shook, then the heavenly court shook. With Qin Shujian as the center, a boundless power swept across the entire astral wind layer in an instant. At that moment, any creature existing in the astral wind layer couldn't help but bow down in worship. And the creatures in the 4 continents all looked up at the sky. There. It was completely covered by purple at some point. That thick purple gas could no longer be described by how many miles it stretched. It was as if a purple cloud had condensed below the sky and covered the world, and would descend at any time. That feeling. It cast a lingering shadow in the hearts of all living beings. Zhongju's imperial city. Emperor Zhao stood in the palace garden, looking at the sky with his hands behind his back. His expression was extremely complicated. Since the appearance of the vision, it had caused a lot of panic among the human race, but he suppressed it all. Until now, the human race had already gotten used to the vision. But in reality, only an expert at his level could clearly sense how terrifying the aura contained in the phenomenon was. In front of that aura, he was no different from an ant. In fact, Emperor Zhao suspected that even if he broke through to the upper 3 true immortal levels, there wouldn't be much of a difference. It's said that if you don't break through to the true immortal level, you're an ant. When you break through to the true immortal level, you're still an ant in front of more powerful true immortals. Now, even more powerful true immortals are ants in front of existences above the true immortal level. The Tao is endless. Then, are there existences who can treat Tao fruits like ants? For no reason, such a thought appeared in Emperor Zhao's mind. There might be existences who treated Tao fruits like ants, but that was not something he could understand. In this era, there wasn't even a single Tao fruit, let alone existences who surpassed it. Next to Emperor Zhao stood Shi Yang. The crown prince of the great Zhao dynasty also had a solemn expression. Father, do you think the Emperor of Heaven has a chance of successfully breaking through? It's hard to say. Emperor Zhao shook his head and said indifferently, The ancient Emperor of Heaven was also a hero of his generation, but in the end, he fell on the path to Tao fruit. The current Emperor of Heaven is the reincarnation of Tao fruit, and his foundation is even more powerful. It's not impossible for him to achieve what the ancient Emperor of Heaven failed to do. It's just that since the beginning of this era, there has never been an expert who could take that step. Whether the Emperor of Heaven can break through or not depends on the will of the heavens. As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Zhao paused and said again, however, if the Emperor of Heaven can successfully break through, then the problem of the demon abyss will no longer be a problem, and the disaster 1,000,000 years ago will no longer be possible. Although the demon abyss was very strong, there was definitely no Tao fruit. Or else, in the ancient times, the great 1,000 worlds should have been destroyed. Therefore, once Qin Shujian successfully broke through, the heavenly court would have the capital to sweep through the demon abyss. Emperor Zhao hoped from the bottom of his heart that the other party could break through that threshold. Hearing that, Shi Yang nodded thoughtfully. The demon abyss was indeed a huge hidden danger. Ever since the ancient times were destroyed, the problem of the demon abyss had been a knife hanging over the heads of the myriad races. Even now that the heavenly court had been established and the myriad races' strength had greatly increased, no one dared to relax. The reason was, it was because the threat of the demon abyss still existed. Chapter 922. In the Inner World. Now, the entire world was undergoing earth-shattering changes. The Tongtian Mountains. This was the territory of the Eldar. Zhenmu had now grown to the point where he could reach the heavens and the earth. He had completely realized what Qin Shujian had said in the past. The tree trunk was 1,000,000 feet tall. The lush branches and leaves covered most of the Tongtian Mountains. The world is transforming. No, it should be the world is advancing. I can already feel it. It's a sign that the path ahead is about to be opened. Zhenmu woke up from his deep sleep. The branches and leaves trembled slightly, and a surge of divine sense was awakened from the tree trunk. It had been more than 90,000 years since the world was born. As the first living being in the world, he had already reached the peak of the 6th level of the immortal realm tens of thousands of years ago. But because of the middle world, it made it much more difficult for Zhenmu to break through from the 6th level of the immortal realm to the 7th level of the immortal realm. Such a difficulty. In fact, it was no less difficult than the perfected immortals of the great wide world. Because both of them broke through the limits of the world and advanced to another level. Of course, in terms of difficulty, breaking through to the great wide world was more difficult than breaking through to the 3rd level of the true immortal realm in the middle world. But there was a limit. Even though the Builder Tree was the first living being to be born in the world and possessed unparalleled talent, it was still extremely powerful. However, it was not an easy task to cross this boundary. For tens of thousands of years, he had been stuck at the 6th level of the immortal realm. Even though his foundation was growing every moment, it was far from breaking through the limits of the world. But now, Zhenmu saw hope. The world was advancing, and the upper limit of the 3rd level of the true immortal realm was gradually being opened. At that moment, the aura on his body had begun to boil. The huge movement immediately attracted the attention of the Eldar in the Tongtian Mountains. For a moment, many Eldar powerhouses came in front of Zhenmu and bowed. "Greetings, my Emperor." The weakest of those Eldar powerhouses was at the peak of the immortal realm. Among them, there were no less than 10 perfected immortals. Such a foundation. Those weak races couldn't compare at all. This was also the reason why the Eldar were known as the #1 clan in the inner worlds. Even the human race paled in comparison to them. Shortly after, an Eldar true immortal straightened his body and asked respectfully, "May I ask my Emperor what is going on? I feel like the entire world is changing." After saying this, the other Eldar experts also pricked up their ears, waiting for Zhenmu's reply. Usually, this Eldar emperor was always in a state of deep sleep and rarely woke up. Now that the world had just changed, the other party had awakened. It would be impossible to say that there was no connection between the two. Furthermore, Their emperor was the first living being to be born in the world. If there were any changes in the world, the other party would definitely know the reason. Hearing this, Zhenmu's slow and dignified voice rang out. Just as you have sensed, the entire world is changing. Strictly speaking, it shouldn't be called a change, but a promotion. Promotion? Some Eldar experts were stunned. Zhenmu said, "That's right, promotion. The world is now promoting to a higher level. In the past, the level 6 immortal was the limit for the world. Now that the world is promoting, I can already see the path ahead. In that case, my emperor is about to break through." The Eldar experts were ecstatic. Ling Huang was about to break through. For the entire Eldar, this was great news. Now, although Ling Huang was also the #1 expert in the world, Ling Huang wasn't the only one who had reached the level 6 immortal. Some of the other emperors of the big clans were also at the same level. But if their emperor made another breakthrough, the Eldar might have the chance to sweep through all the clans. "Yes, I am about to break through," Zhenmu admitted frankly, then said, "If I can break through, the emperors of the other clans will also be able to take this opportunity to break through the threshold of level 6 immortal. All of you, prepare yourselves. I have a feeling that this promotion might intensify the conflict between the clans. We understand. You may leave. Don't let any cultivators disturb me." Yes. Many Eldar experts obeyed the order. Immediately, the Eldar entered a state of martial law. Zhenmu didn't pay too much attention to this. He immersed himself in the world and silently comprehended the changes in the world, trying to find the opportunity to break through. When the Eldar was in a state of martial law, the human clan also entered a state of martial law. Feng, who was already the human emperor, was sitting upright in a huge palace. An extremely powerful aura was emitted from his body, enough to suppress everything. "The world is promoting, and my path ahead is about to open," Feng murmured softly, and a light flashed in his eyes. The path ahead was opened. It meant that the level 6 immortal was no longer the limit of the world. In the future, the level 7 immortal, level 8 immortal, and even level 9 immortal would appear one after another. The upper limit of the experts would be higher. The conflict between the clans would be more intense. Now, all the top clans used the existence of the level 6 immortal as the standard. However, as long as the world was successfully promoted, the level 6 immortal would no longer be qualified to be called the top. "I can feel the promotion of the world. I think they can do the same. I'm afraid that the emperors of the top clans are all waiting for this opportunity to promote. However, the possibility of the other emperors advancing immediately is not high. On the contrary, the Eldar is the most likely to be the first to break through." Thinking of Zhenmu, Feng's expression turned solemn. If there was anyone in the world that he was most afraid of, Zhenmu was definitely at the top. Fortunately, right now, the relationship between the human clan and Eldar was not bad. In the past, when the human clan was born, he also owed Eldar a lot. Now that the human clan was strong, although they did not form an alliance with Eldar, they could be considered to coexist peacefully. Even if Zhenmu successfully broke through, Feng did not think that Eldar would attack the human clan. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. Instead of leaving the possibility in the hands of others, it was better to control his own fate. The promotion of the world, this is my chance. When I break through to the level 7 immortal in one go, dragons, mate. Feng snorted coldly and closed his eyes. His mind was immersed in the world, silently comprehending the changes. The world was advancing. The entire process was not very fast, nor was it very slow. At the beginning, only the top emperors of the various clans sensed the changes in the world. However, as the movement of the advancement became greater and greater, some true immortals of the various clans, as well as cultivators below the true immortal realm, slowly sensed that the world was undergoing an earth-shattering transformation. At this moment, the world shook. A huge amount of spiritual energy erupted from the ground, forming a tide that swept across the entire world. At that moment, some cultivators broke through on the spot, while some cultivators accidentally went berserk under the impact of the spiritual energy tide and exploded. However, The number of cultivators who advanced was far more than the number of cultivators who exploded and died. A few days later, the strength of the cultivators of the myriad clans had increased by a level. Chapter 923. Rumble. The advancement of heaven and earth was completely different from the transformation of a minor thousand world to a middle thousand world. This time, the advancement took even longer. The spirit chi tide was a great opportunity for the living beings of the inner world. Whether it was a perfected immortal or a heavenly martial artist. In front of the spirit chi tide, they had obtained many benefits. Among them, the advancement of the inner world caused the hidden mother stream to appear in heaven and earth. Those perfected immortals took this opportunity to comprehend their own laws and break through their original realm. The myriad Tao of heaven and earth, I'm about to break through. A human perfected immortal looked at the mother stream in the sky with an intoxicated look on his face. The path he was taking now had never been taken by anyone before. Every step he took was a path opened by himself. Under normal circumstances, the path ahead would not be so easy to open. But it was different now. The heaven and earth laws were all present. Observing the myriad Tao laws and gaining insights from them to open up one's own laws was much easier. This was a blessing that benefited the myriad races. Just as the myriad races of the inner world were making breakthroughs, heaven and earth were also crazily expanding. At the same time, Qin Shujian, whose mind was focused on the core of heaven and earth, was completely expanding with the expansion of heaven and earth. Then, it was the heaven and earth reciprocation. Rumble. His body buzzed and vibrated. Endless laws appeared on the surface of his body, then turned into Daoist rhymes and engraved on his skin. Lines were engraved, and bright golden light burst out. Each rune represented a complete set of rules. As more and more lines appeared, Qin Shujian's aura became more and more terrifying. The Great Thousand World. It began to breed a shocking thunder tribulation. Dark clouds covered the purple chi. Red lightning bolts moved around like wild dragons, each of them emitting an aura that made one's heart palpitate. However, the tribulation clouds formed, but no thunder tribulation fell, as if heaven and earth were afraid of something. In the deepest part of the Dead Sea region, the huge stone statue shook violently, and a terrifying aura was emitted from it, causing all the dangers in the surrounding sea to explode and die. Stone fragments fell. The sleeping stone statue seemed to be completely awakened. This aura definitely comes from the Tao fruit level. I didn't expect that after so many years, a Tao fruit level expert would be born in this world. Yang was both shocked and excited at the same time. The birth of a Tao fruit proved that there was a path ahead. As early as Qin Shujian came, he knew that there was a Tao fruit realm above. However, under the premise that no one had broken through in this era, he always had a certain degree of doubt. However, things were different now. This aura that made his heart palpitate definitely originated from the Tao fruit level. At this moment, Yang felt his soul tremble. Even though he was already a half-step Tao fruit expert and was only a step away from the Tao fruit realm, he could still sense how terrifying it was. Very strong. He was terrifyingly strong. Yang did not know who had broken through to the Tao fruit realm. However, he understood that if he were to face an existence of this level, he would definitely die. Regarding this, Yang could not help but feel a trace of fear in his heart. Although he had been imprisoned here for hundreds of millions of years, he did not want to die here. When the sea of death was affected, Heaven Abyss sighed. Yin, who had already woken up, was also incomparably shocked. He had always thought that he would be the strongest expert in the world, but now it seemed that an even stronger existence was about to be born. Compared to such an existence, Yin felt that he was no match for it at all. At this moment, not only did his inner world undergo a powerful transformation and upgrade, but the upper-class world also had a variety of strange phenomena. The living beings of the two worlds were completely in a state of shock. As for those players, they were all in a state of eating melons. After closing the forum, Fu Moyan's current face was completely that of a stranger. Recalling what he had seen just now, his brows were also tightly furrowed. Senior, do you know what happened? After not playing the game for a period of time, Fu Moyan did not expect that there would be such a huge change in the game now. An incomparably powerful phenomenon. It covered the 4 major continents. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of opportunity had appeared to cause such a powerful phenomenon to appear. If it was possible. Fu Moyan had the urge to play the game and see if he could snatch the opportunity. Hearing this, Qin Yi's voice was inexplicable. I know. Senior, you really know. Fu Moyan's spirit was lifted. He was just asking casually, but he did not expect the other party to really know. Immediately, he hurriedly said, then is it some powerful opportunity? Is there any possibility of me obtaining it? An opportunity is an opportunity, but it's not your opportunity. Not to mention you, even if a true immortal of the upper 3 grades gets involved, it will be a dead end. Qin Yi's tone was strange. Fu Moyan could also tell that something was wrong with the other party. Senior, can you explain in detail? Strictly speaking, the phenomenon of the upper-class world is not the birth of any opportunity, but caused by the main body's breakthrough. The phenomenon caused by the Emperor of Heaven's breakthrough, Fu Moyan was completely shocked. It was actually caused by Qin Shujian's breakthrough. What kind of breakthrough could cause such a powerful phenomenon? Furthermore, it had lasted for such a long time without stopping. Qin Yi said, true immortal is not the end. With your current realm, there are many things that you can't understand. When you grow up in the future, you will naturally know. Don't think too much now. Complete the mission with peace of mind and then increase your strength. That level, to be honest, it's too far away from you. It dealt a blow to Fu Moyan. Immediately after, Qin Yi added, the main body is about to succeed in breaking through. As long as he succeeds in breaking through, the heavenly Tao of your world might not be able to do anything to me. He did not explain too much. The Tao fruit level was not something a cultivator who had not even reached the God martial realm was qualified to come into contact with. When Fu Moyan heard this, even though he was curious, it was not good for him to ask too much. He tied it up. He left the room. Ever since he killed a few cultivators last time, Fu Moyan's ranking on the wanted list had risen by another level, second only to Dongfang Shuo, who was ranked first. It was also because of this. The Heaven Wasteland Great World's bounty on him had also increased by a lot. Until now, Fu Moyan had no choice but to change his appearance frequently to prevent the other party from finding him. Technology is also a problem. Although the cultivation of the Heaven Wasteland Great World was backward, its technology was not backward at all. The heavenly eye covered all corners of the world, and then there was a large amount of data filtering. As long as he had existed in a certain place, even if he had changed his appearance, it would not take long to deduce his changed identity. For this, Fu Moyan had to change his appearance every few days. Chapter 924. The Boundless World. The Heavenly Court. The formation of time had all been broken. Even with Ju Tian's star map as the formation eye, the time formation itself was not an exquisite and powerful formation. As a result, even with the suppression of a supreme treasure comparable to the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing, there was no way it could be so strong that it was unbreakable. So, the time formation was broken. In less than 10 years, it was declared broken. To this, Qin Shujian did not pay attention to it, because his entire body and mind were immersed in the inner world. When he was in the inner world, as early as thousands of years ago, he had entered the stage of breaking through. But until now, the inner world had truly begun to advance. And with the advancement of the inner world, Qin Shujian felt that his entire body and mind were undergoing a transformation. A vast river of time could be vaguely seen. Qin Shujian's figure sitting upright in the heavenly palace seemed to have become a little weaker. At the same time, the same figure had appeared in the river of time. The universe's long river of time. Qin Shujian found that he was now inside the long river of time, completely different from the time when he entered the long river of time and stepped on the river water. The current him His entire body was soaked in the river water. A powerful binding force came from all directions, making him feel a lot of resistance when he tried to move. If I want to become a Tao fruit, I have to jump out of time. Any cultivator will have a past, present, and future in the long river of time, and I am the reincarnation of a Tao fruit, so there is no past and future. Compared to ordinary cultivators, I have a certain advantage. But in fact, although I don't have a past or future, I have a present. Qin Shujian's thoughts turned, and he was very clear about his current situation. Strictly speaking, his real physical body still existed in the heavenly court, in a state of breakthrough. What had entered the long river of time now was only his soul. He reached out his hand. Qin Shujian stirred the river water. The movement of the river water indicated the passing of lifespan. The river of time doesn't exist in my past or future, but it exists in my present. It is also because my present body is still bound by the river of time that there is a limit to my lifespan. Even if my lifespan is extremely long, there will still be an end. Therefore, what I need to do now is to surpass the river of time and completely remove my present body from the imprint of the river of time. With that thought in mind, Qin Shujian suddenly punched out. A power that could destroy the heavens and the earth began to stir wildly in the river, and the binding force immediately weakened. Take this opportunity. He took a step forward and floated up to the surface of the river. Immediately after, another punch was thrown. However, before the binding force weakened, a heaven-collapsing and earth-shattering power fell from the river. Qin Shujian's floating body was suddenly knocked down a little. The body formed by the divine soul also seemed to have become a little blurry. Regarding this, Qin Shujian didn't panic. When he reached out his hand, Zhu Tian's star map appeared out of thin air. The supreme treasure comparable to the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing faced the power that was falling down. Boom! The two tyrannical forces shook the long river of time violently. Normally speaking, when a cultivator broke through to the Tao fruit realm and broke free from the long river of time, there was no way to borrow external forces. However, Zhu Tian's star map was different. In other eras, it could be called an innate supreme treasure. In this era, it could be called the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing. Such a supreme treasure. It already involved the Tao fruit realm. Therefore, even when a cultivator broke through to the Tao fruit realm and broke free from the long river of time by himself, he could still borrow the help of supreme treasures. Zhu Tian's star map emitted a brilliant light. A river of stars crossed the sky and directly bombarded the long river of time. Immediately after, extremely powerful star beasts erupted with attacks, constantly shaking the long river of time. Seeing this, Qin Shujian didn't hesitate. He clenched one hand into a fist and took advantage of the moment when the long river of time was shaking to forcefully tear it apart. Instantly, there was a moment of stagnation in the river. A crack appeared in it, as if the river had been cut off. However, it only lasted for less than a breath before the river was about to converge again. However, even if it was only a breath of time, Qin Shujian took this opportunity to directly step out of the long river of time. The moment he left the river, the many invisible shackles on his body all collapsed. Endless Daoist rhymes appeared from his body and wrapped his divine soul away. Above the great thousand world, the void cracked open. A beam of golden light bombarded down and directly landed on Qin Shujian's body. Buzz! Heaven and earth buzzed. The tribulation clouds that had been condensing for a long time finally bombarded at this moment. At the same time, Qin Shujian, who was sitting on the throne, suddenly opened his eyes. A beam of golden light shot out from his eyes. In an instant, it swept across the vast thousand world. Then, it penetrated the barrier between heaven and earth and disappeared into the endless void. Heavenly tribulation. The golden light disappeared. Qin Shujian raised his head. His gaze directly passed through the obstruction of the heavenly palace and saw the lightning falling from above. He slowly got up. A vast and boundless aura instantly erupted from his body. Like a wave, it swept in all directions with him as the center. The heavenly court's formation collapse. The heaven and earth astral wind seal. At this moment, All the living beings in the 4 great continents could not help but worship. Perfected immortals were fine too. Or ordinary cultivators. At this moment, there was no difference. The aura swept very quickly, but it also disappeared very quickly. Qin Shujian did not move at all, and his figure had already disappeared from the emperor's throne. In the next breath, he appeared below the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation that was originally bombarding down seemed to have encountered a powerful obstacle. It directly froze in midair, and then quietly dissipated. The tribulation clouds surged. A huge eye appeared from the sky. There was no trace of emotion in the eye. Only the appearance of all living beings could be seen inside. The heavenly path. The moment Qin Shujian saw the eye, he recognized the identity of the eye. It was the manifestation of the will of the heavenly path of the great wide world itself. You know very well where I come from. Everything I do is beneficial to you and not harmful at all. His calm words were heard. There was no fluctuation in his eyes at all. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's expression was slightly cold. I'm giving you face because you're the heavenly path and gave birth to all living beings in the world. I hope you don't be ungrateful. If you really want to make a move, I'll destroy you now. You should know that I have the strength now. As he spoke, endless Tao runes appeared on his body. Behind him, there was also a vast illusory image of heaven and earth condensing, faintly contending with the great wide world. It was the manifestation of the power of the inner world. After the inner world was promoted to the great wide world, Qin Shujian could already materialize the inner world. On one side was the heavenly path of the great wide world. On the other side was the manifestation of the power of the inner world. Even though neither side made a move, the natural power that overflowed had already turned everything around into nothingness. Chapter 9:25. The scene was silent. Qin Shujian looked at the huge eye. The two did not move at all. Only the surrounding void was constantly collapsing and regenerating. After a long time, the huge eye slowly retreated. As it left, all of the tribulation clouds dissipated. Seeing this, Qin Shujian did not stop it. The huge eye was the manifestation of the will of the heavenly Tao. However, the will of the heavenly Tao did not have the intelligence of a living being. It could only follow the rules and do what was beneficial to the world. Just like before, the establishment of the heavenly court was beneficial to the myriad races. Therefore, the heavenly Tao gave a certain degree of luck. But it was different now. Qin Shujian broke through the Tao fruit realm and completely broke free from the shackles of the world. This was a threat to the heavenly Tao. Therefore, it wanted to eliminate this threat. However, Qin Shujian was too strong, making the heavenly Tao feel a greater threat. After weighing the pros and cons of the two, in the end, it chose to retreat. All the phenomena disappeared. Qin Shujian's body suddenly disappeared in the void. In the next breath, he appeared in the array above the heavenly court. Sanhua was still suppressing the illusory star map of Ju Tian. Years of consumption. It caused the stars placed inside to lose a lot of power. Qin Shujian only took a glance at it and saw through the actual situation of the formation. In another 10 years, the power of the stars should be exhausted. It is not advisable to spoil things by excessive enthusiasm. He shook his head. But Qin Shujian did not do anything. With the original situation of the Great Thousand World, if he did not do this, there was no way to fight against the demon abyss. Of course, that was a matter of the past. In the past, the Great Thousand World did not have enough powerhouses, so they had to be cautious when facing the demon abyss. But it was different now. He broke through to the Tao fruit realm. Qin Shujian no longer took the so-called demon abyss seriously. Although the breakthrough from the half-step Tao fruit realm to the Tao fruit realm was only a small step, in fact, it was the difference between two worlds. At this moment, the Sanhua sword shook and transformed into a human figure. It bowed respectfully to Qin Shujian. Sanhua greets the Emperor of Heaven. His tone and attitude were unprecedentedly respectful. Compared to the past, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. There was no other way. Although he had submitted to Qin Shujian in the past, he was still a Carnate Cardinal treasure. He was qualified to be ranked as a Dao fruit-level divine weapon. Qin Shujian was powerful. However, he was only an upper third-layer true immortal. However, things were different now. After breaking through to the Dao fruit realm, the other party's life level had undergone a metamorphosis. In any epoch, Dao fruit experts were existences that truly stood at the apex of the universe. The fallen swordmaster was one such existence, and so was Qin Shujian. Therefore, even though Sanhua was a Carnate supreme treasure, he didn't dare to be careless. No need for formalities. Thank you, Emperor of Heaven. Sanhua straightened up. Qin Shujian said, "You used to be a sword master divine weapon. You and I should have been enemies. However, since you turned back and have guarded the heavenly court for a period of time, you can be considered to have made up for your mistakes. I will let bygones be bygones. Now, do you want to continue staying in the heavenly court, or do you want to leave the heavenly court and find the next person of destiny? If you stay, I will confer you a true deity position and give you the right to enter the heavenly court to discuss matters. However, if you don't want to stay in the heavenly court, I will definitely not force you." If it was in the past, there was no way Qin Shujian was going to let a Carnate supreme treasure go. However, things were different now. He had broken through to the Dao fruit realm in a more powerful way. Compared to the third epoch, he was far from comparable to the third epoch. Moreover, Zhu Tian's star map had also advanced to a level comparable to the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing's. Although a Carnate supreme treasure was precious, if the other party really didn't want to stay, Qin Shujian didn't want to force him. Hearing that, Sanhua fell silent. He understood that Qin Shujian's words were giving him the right to make the decision. The choice he made would represent his future fate. After a while, Sanhua said in a deep voice, "If the Emperor of Heaven doesn't abandon me, I'm willing to stay in the heavenly court. Instead of leaving the heavenly court to find the next ruler, it was better to stay in the heavenly court with peace of mind. In any case, if the so-called person of destiny really appeared, then sooner or later, he would grow up. When that time came, he would also come to the heavenly court. In that case, he didn't need to waste too much time." Good. Qin Shujian took out the investiture of the gods and said loudly, "Sanhua, come forward and receive the title." "Yes, Your Majesty. Carnate supreme treasures are the most powerful among all divine weapons in the world. Today, I will confer you the title of Sword Ancestor, and all Longsword-type weapons will be led by you." After saying that, a powerful force rose from the investiture of the gods and landed on Sanhua. At the same time, an even more powerful force came from Sanhua's body. In an instant, the investiture of the gods' aura surged. As a supreme treasure conferred by the heavenly court, its rank was not low, and it was comparable to Zhu Bing's. Now, with the help of the Carnate supreme treasure, it was able to rise in rank. Until now, the investiture of the gods had reached the level of 6th tribulation Zhu Bing, and it was not weaker than Tiandi Bell and the heaven-reaching mirror. At the same time, all the long swords in the 4 great continents seemed to have been born with intelligence, and they all let out a pleasant sound. Then, the swords tilted slightly and bowed in the direction of Sanhua. Thousands of swords bowing to the ancestor. Nothing could be more powerful than this. When Sanhua ascended to the deity position, the immortals and gods who left their names on the investiture of the gods also received the news immediately. Sword Ancestor, what a domineering title. Zhao Huang's eyes flickered slightly. Not everyone could be called an ancestor. The fact that Sanhua could be called the Sword Ancestor already explained a lot. He didn't know much about Sanhua's existence. He only knew that it was a very powerful divine weapon that had been suppressing the heavenly court's array. Speaking of which, he didn't pay much attention to that divine weapon. But now, it was different. That divine weapon had been given the title of Sword Ancestor, and its status was much higher than what Emperor Zhao had imagined. Sword Ancestor, how arrogant. How dare a divine weapon call itself an ancestor? Shiyang couldn't help but say. In his opinion, San Hua was not qualified to be the sword ancestor at all. Hearing that, Emperor Zhao shook his head. The fact that the Emperor of Heaven could give him the title of sword ancestor and that he could take over this title already explains a lot. That sword ancestor is not simple. Even someone as powerful as Godslayer didn't get the saber ancestor's deity position. San Hua got the sword ancestor's deity position. Thinking about it from another perspective, didn't it mean that San Hua was more powerful than Godslayer? 8th Tribulation Zhu Bing is already the peak of this era. 9th Tribulation Zhu Bing only exists in legends and has never appeared before. The problem is that a divine weapon that hasn't appeared in this era doesn't mean that it's the same in other eras. Emperor Zhao thought to himself. He had a lot of guesses about San Hua's origin. Chapter 926. When Qin Shujian conferred the title of Sword Ancestor to San Hua, Chu Kuangtu and Niu Dali could not sit still. In the inner hall of the Heavenly Palace, the two of them came together. Qin Shujian seemed to have foreseen it. Before the two of them arrived, he had already set up things in the hall. A pot of green tea with green smoke curling up. There were 3 small cups on the stone table, all of which were filled with spiritual tea. You two are here. Please take a seat. Qin Shujian stretched out his hand and gestured with a faint smile on his face. Hearing that, Chu Kuangtu and Niu Dali cupped their hands solemnly. Thank you, Your Majesty. With that, the two of them took their seats. After a few years, when they looked at Qin Shujian again, the two of them were filled with emotion. In their eyes, Qin Shujian in front of them was both real and non-existent. It was as if he had entered a state between illusion and illusion. Regarding this, both Chu Kuangtu and Niu Dali knew very well in their hearts. This state was called Powang. When one advanced to the Tao fruit realm, they had already transcended the shackles of heaven and earth and were no longer bound by time. Experts in this realm were qualified to see through illusions and pry into the real level. Therefore, this state was called Powang. They sighed in their hearts. Chu Kuangtu could not help but sigh in admiration. I didn't expect that you would be the fastest to advance to the Tao fruit realm. I wonder if the method you used now is the rumored rules of myriad Tao? Rules of myriad Tao? Qin Shujian shook his head slightly and chuckled. It's very difficult to reach the Tao with the rules of myriad Tao. This era is following the path of the rules of myriad Tao. Unfortunately, I didn't reach the Tao with the rules of myriad Tao. Just like the 3 major systems that were announced, I took the path of evolving heaven and earth. Or rather, you can compare me to a boundless world. And I am equivalent to the heavenly way of the Great Thousand World. The Great Thousand World. The heavenly way. The two of them were both shocked and could not help but look at each other. With their realm, they naturally understood what Qin Shujian meant. However, they did not expect that the Tao that Qin Shujian took would be so powerful. It was comparable to a Great Thousand World. It was not something that the physical sanctification system or the nomological Tao system could compare to. This was because the experts of every era were born in the world. Although they could break through the shackles of the world after advancing to the Tao fruit realm, they were only free from the shackles of the world. It was extremely difficult for them to go against the world. The Great Thousand Worlds. To a certain extent, it was a part of the universe. As such, the power of the heavenly Tao was extremely terrifying. Ordinary Tao fruits did not fear heaven and earth, but if they fought heaven and earth head-on, they had no chance of resisting. Unless, it was one of the ancient gods of the first era. The Qin Emperor is now able to contend against an ancient god. Niu Dali took a deep breath and looked extremely shocked. Ancient god? No one knew better than him how powerful the ancient gods were. Every ancient god was a supreme expert in the universe. Even other Tao fruit experts had no chance of resisting an ancient god. Originally, Niu Dali did not believe that Qin Shujian had the strength to contend against an ancient god. But now, he was not so sure. Qin Shujian smiled faintly and said, "The ancient gods are powerful. I haven't fought them yet, so I don't dare to say that I have 100% confidence that I can contend against them. In other words, it was very obvious. Hearing this, the two looked at each other and the shock in their hearts intensified. Now that the Qin Emperor has made a breakthrough, it is a great thing for us. The ancient god is not here now, and the universe is empty. Now that you are here, as long as there are no major changes, there will be no problems. Chu Kuang-tu was relieved. To be honest, he would be lying if he said that he was not jealous of Qin Shujian's breakthrough to the Dao fruit realm. However, Chu Kuang-tu was the reincarnation of a Dao fruit after all. As soon as this thought arose, he quickly suppressed it. Jealousy was the most useless thing. The fact that the other party could break through meant that he had absolute strength. As long as there is no final war, no one can threaten the heavenly court. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. The confidence on his face did not diminish. Then he looked at the two people in front of him. You are now stuck at the 7th level of the immortal realm. This is not a solution. I have comprehended the power of time. When the time comes, I will set up a time formation for you. I think it will be enough for you to reach the 9th level of the immortal realm. I can't guarantee that you will be able to reach your peak in the future. The time formation was a shortcut to cultivation, but the drawbacks were equally obvious. In the time formation, one's lifespan would decrease at an extremely fast rate. If one could not get rid of the shackles of lifespan, their lifespan would end as soon as they broke through. After all, cultivating in the time formation was different from cultivating in the outside world. The former required more time. A cultivator with outstanding talent. If it took 30 to 50,000 years to break through to the 9th level of the immortal realm in a normal environment, it might take 2 to 300,000 years in the time formation. Cultivating in seclusion. It was normal to get half the result with twice the effort. Only Dao fruit reincarnations like Chu Kuang-tu and Niu Dali, who had plucked the past and future, and whose lifespan was much longer than ordinary perfected immortals, dared to use the time formation to cultivate. The time formation is indeed good. Niu Dali nodded and immediately asked, Your Majesty, how much time flow can you set up? Before I broke through, it was not a big problem for me to have a ratio of 1 to 10,000. Now that I've broken through to the Dao fruit realm, I can also achieve a ratio of 1 to 30 to 50,000. Qin Shujian pondered for a moment before giving an answer. He said it casually. But when Chu Kuang-tu and Niu Dali heard it, it was a little shocking. 1 to 30 to 50,000. In other words, cultivating in the time formation for 30 to 50,000 years was only 1 year in the outside world. Niu Dali sucked in a breath of cold air. Your Majesty, your control of time is actually so strong. If there is really such a time formation, I will need at most a year in the outside world to recover part of my previous strength. With tens of thousands of years as a buffer, it should not be a problem for him to break through to the Dao fruit realm, but to advance to the half-step Dao fruit realm. If that doesn't work, it was 100% possible for him to advance to the 9th level of the immortal realm. With his foundation, once he advanced to the 9th level of the immortal realm, he could even fight against a half-step Dao fruit realm cultivator. Chu Kuang-tu's thoughts were similar to Niu Dali's. They did not lack lifespan. What they lacked was time. If they had the help of the time formation, then a lot of things could be directly skipped. Your Majesty, if you can set up the time formation, I can break through to the 9th level of the immortal realm or even the half-step Dao fruit realm in a year at most. But I can't guarantee that I can advance to the Dao fruit realm. Whether I can advance to the Dao fruit realm or not depends on my opportunity. Yes. Chu Kuang-tu nodded and then asked, Your Majesty, now that you have broken through to the Dao fruit realm, are you planning to attack the demon abyss? He still remembered. Qin Shujian wanted to ask the two of them to attack the demon abyss together. Chapter 927. We'll talk about attacking the demon abyss in a year or two. Qin Shujian shook his head and didn't waste too much time on this issue. Next. The three of them chatted for a while. Then, Qin Shujian had personally set up a sizable time formation in their palace. It was different from before the breakthrough. At that time, He had shrunk the formation to the size of a seat, and only then could it achieve a time flow rate of 1 to 10,000. But now, even if he set up a formation the size of a palace, it could still achieve a time flow rate of 1 to 10,000. Of course, even if it was shrunk, it would still be in the same speed range. After the breakthrough, Qin Shujian's methods were no longer comparable to those of the past. After doing all these things, he left the Great Thousand World and headed to the outer realm. This time, Qin Shujian didn't go through the passage of heaven and earth. Instead, he used his tyrannical strength to ignore the seal of the heaven and earth barrier and directly went into the outer realm. The heaven and earth barrier was a self-protection method of the Great Thousand World, but that was only one of its uses. The true purpose of the heaven and earth barrier wasn't to protect the world, but to absorb the power of the outer realm and transform it into the spirit qi that the world needed to grow. Therefore, the defensive power of the heaven and earth barrier wasn't that strong. As long as one was a half-step Dao fruit expert, they were qualified to break the barrier. As for Dao fruit experts, they were existences that could ignore the heaven and earth barrier. Leaving the Great Thousand World, Qin Shujian took a simple step and crossed hundreds of millions of miles of the void and directly appeared in front of a floating blood-colored continent. The moment he appeared, the blood-colored continent shook wildly as if it felt a strong threat. The blood-colored color inside surged wildly and turned into a giant hand that covered hundreds of millions of miles of the void and suddenly came down. The huge commotion caused the void outside to tremble. When the cultivators who were exploring the void saw the bloody hand that covered everything, their faces turned pale with fright. Oh no, something big has happened. Run. F***ck, didn't you say that the outer realm is very safe? How could something like this happen? The cultivators' faces turned green as they fled frantically in all directions. In front of the blood-colored hand, no matter what realm a cultivator was at, they felt like ants. That feeling. It was as if as long as the bloody hand fell, he would definitely turn into ashes. However, the crimson hand spanned hundreds of millions of kilometers. No matter how the cultivators fled, they were unable to escape from the crimson hand. At this moment, the bloody hand had already descended. That terrifying aura caused the cultivators' flesh and blood to freeze. Just when they thought they were going to die, in front of the Scarlet Continent, Qin Shujian stretched out a finger unhurriedly and tapped on the blood-red giant hand. In an instant, the giant blood-red hand suddenly dissipated. How dare you embarrass yourself in front of me with such petty tricks? Qin Shujian shook his head slowly after destroying the giant blood-red hand with a single finger. His face was filled with disdain. Mo Yuan's attack couldn't be said to be weak. If he hadn't broken through to the Dao Fruit Realm, it wouldn't have been easy for him to receive the attack with his half-step Dao Fruit Realm strength. However, things were different now. A Dao fruit was a Dao fruit. It was not something a half-step Dao fruit could compare to. Just one step, and the difference between heaven and earth was like heaven and earth. The power that could make a half-step Dao Fruit Realm cultivator wary was nothing in front of a true Dao fruit. It was just a casual tap of the finger. It was destroyed quietly. Emperor, heaven is mighty, Godslayer finally said in his sea of consciousness after holding back for a long time. Even though he was in his sea of consciousness, he could still feel how terrifying that giant hand was. Even so, that giant hand was destroyed by Qin Shujian with a single tap of the finger. This kind of strength had completely exceeded his expectations. What was a Dao fruit? To be honest, Godslayer didn't know at all. It wasn't until Qin Shujian displayed his strength that he truly saw the difference between a Dao Fruit Realm and a Dao Fruit Realm cultivator. He destroyed the bloody hand with a single tap of the finger. Qin Shujian wasn't complacent. Given his current strength, he had completely surpassed the peak of the Third Era and was comparable to an ancient god of the First Era. No matter how powerful Mo Yuan was, he couldn't be compared to an ancient god. Therefore, it was normal for the demonic abyss to attack. It would be strange if it couldn't do it. Standing in the void with his hands behind his back, Qin Shujian's gaze fell on Mo Yuan. It was covered in blood. In the eyes of outsiders, it was a floating continent, but in his eyes, It was the corpse of a fallen Dao Fruit Realm cultivator. Which Dao Fruit Realm cultivator died? His corpse actually remained in this era. Could it really be a backup plan of some unknown Dao Fruit Realm cultivator? Looking at Mo Yuan, Qin Shujian's thoughts had drifted far away. At his level, the only people worthy of his attention were those who were at the same level as him. In front of him was the corpse of a fallen Dao Fruit Realm cultivator. Qin Shujian wasn't sure if the other party had truly died. After all, it wasn't easy for an expert of this level to truly die. Moreover, ordinary Dao Fruit Realm cultivators would basically turn into ashes without leaving any traces behind. But now, with a corpse left behind, he wouldn't believe that there was nothing wrong with it. However, although he had doubts in his heart, he didn't immediately attack Mo Yuan. Anyway, he had already broken through. Mo Yuan was just a small problem. According to the current trend, Mo Yuan would officially collide with the vast thousand worlds in a while. After thinking about it, Qin Shujian turned and left. He decided not to attack Mo Yuan for the time being. When the time was right, he would lead the experts of the Heavenly Court to attack. For the myriad races, Mo Yuan was a shadow branded in their blood. Even if he destroyed Mo Yuan, it wouldn't boost the morale of the myriad races. On the contrary, if he personally led the myriad races to attack Mo Yuan and then destroyed Mo Yuan in one fell swoop, then the myriad races' fear of Mo Yuan would be completely eliminated. At that time, the morale of the myriad races would definitely be greatly boosted. In Qin Shujian's view, the morale of the myriad races was very important. Mo Yuan is just a small problem. With my current strength, it won't be any trouble to destroy Mo Yuan. On the contrary, the battle with the real world in the future is the real highlight. Mo Yuan might as well stay and serve as a whetstone for the myriad races. When the myriad races are honed into an invincible divine weapon, the chances of winning the battle in the future will be greater. Although in the eyes of Dao Fruit Realm cultivators, those below Dao Fruit Realm were ants, it didn't mean that Dao Fruit Realm cultivators could completely ignore the myriad races. On the contrary, at certain critical moments, the myriad races could play a greater role. When Qin Shujian left Mo Yuan's range, inside Mo Yuan, a group of awakened demon gods and ancient demon gods finally calmed down from their trembling state. Chapter 928. The Demon Abyss. Many ancient demon gods who were in deep slumber had awakened. Under the suppression of the ancient demon gods, the demons who had been killing each other had stopped. If they were to be ranked, then the ancient demon gods would be the first. Below them, they were followed by the demon gods and the ordinary demons. However, the ancient demon gods in the demon abyss were frozen on the spot. They looked up at the blood moon with horror in their eyes. That aura is so powerful, it can shake the demon abyss. When did the universe give birth to such a terrifying expert? Hiss. That aura made the ancient demon gods feel like they were no different from ants. Ever since they were born, some of the powerful ancient demon gods had never felt that way before. They even suspected that the mysterious existence outside the demon abyss was going to break the demon abyss. But now, the aura gradually faded, and the ancient demon gods breathed a sigh of relief. After the shock, some of the ancient demon gods were in disbelief. Impossible. The universe can't give birth to such an expert. It must be the universe's own power that leaked out. Otherwise, if such an expert appeared near the demon abyss, why didn't he break the demon abyss? Hearing that, some of the ancient demon gods nodded in agreement. It was not that they did not want to believe it, but it was too shocking. A power that could make them, as ancient demon gods, feel like ants. What kind of level was that? It was completely beyond their knowledge. Yes, there can't be such an expert in the universe. It seemed that this was the only way to make them feel at ease. At the same time, an aura as vast as the abyss rose from the bottom of the demon abyss. The aura rose, and the entire demon abyss shook violently. All the ancient demon gods who had awakened were shocked when they sensed the power. They were shocked and surprised. This aura is the aura of the eternal ancient demon god. The eternal ancient demon god is waking up from his deep slumber. Some of the ancient demon gods were shocked. The eternal ancient demon god was an existence that stood at the top of the ancient demon gods. There were only a few ancient demon gods who could be compared to him. In front of the aura that shook the demon abyss, even the awakened ancient demon gods were trembling. So strong. The immortal fiend celestial, who was hiding somewhere in the demon abyss, felt the terrifying aura and did not dare to move. Ever since the awakening of the ancient god fiends, this newly advanced fiend celestial kept a much lower profile. No matter how hard the immortal demon god racked his brains, he would never have imagined that an ancient demon god would awaken from a deep slumber just a few years after he had become a demon god. It didn't matter if the ancient demon god woke up. But after those ancient demon gods woke up, the other demon gods instantly fell from the top. All these years, there were already quite a number of unlucky demon gods who had been captured by the ancient demon gods. It could be said that, in front of an ancient demon god, the demon god was no different from an ant. Killing a demon god was just a piece of cake for him. Since then, the immortal devil god had kept a low profile. If he could not move, he would not move. He was a silent, transparent devil god. Perhaps it was because he was too low-key, or perhaps it was because the ancient demon gods had no appetite for skeletons. After the immortal demon god kept a low profile, he did not encounter any trouble. But now, the aura that made the demon abyss tremble rose, and made him feel a great threat. No, I can't stay in the demon abyss any longer. In the eyes of those ancient demon gods, we demon gods are dispensable. Maybe one day, disaster will befall me. The immortal demon god shook his head. He did not want to stay in the demon abyss any longer. This place was really too dangerous. If it was possible, he would rather leave the demon abyss and go to the vast thousand domains. Staying in the demon abyss is a dead end. If I leave the vast thousand domains, there may be a chance of survival. The immortal demon god recalled the strength of the vast thousand domains. From the words of some demons who had been reborn, he had a greater understanding of the vast thousand domains. In today's vast thousand domains, the human race was already the weakest. At most. It was just that there were a bunch of celestial beings. With his original strength, it was definitely impossible for him to sweep across the celestial being realm. But now that many ancient demon gods had awakened, the power of the demon abyss had become active, causing his own realm to rise rapidly. Until now, the immortal demon god had firmly stopped at the celestial being realm. He felt proud. With his strength at the celestial being realm and the means of the demon gods, he could definitely occupy a place in the vast thousand domains, even if he could not sweep across the human race. Soon. In a while, the blood moon should have some movement. The immortal demon god stared at the blood moon in the sky. Every once in a while, the blood moon would have some movement, which was the passage to the vast thousand domains. And the closer the demon abyss was to the vast thousand domains, the more frequent the blood moon's movements were. Now, there would be a movement almost every 3 to 5 days. But because of the order of the ancient demon gods and the demon abyss, it would not be long before it collided with the vast thousand domains. So even if the blood moon had some movement, no demon dared to act rashly. At this moment, the aura that made the demon abyss tremble gradually stopped. Then, there was a roar that shook the demon abyss crazily. As for the weaker evil spirits, they were all very strong. With this roar, their physical bodies exploded and fell, and then they were resurrected in the demon abyss. The immortal ancient demon god. An ancient demon god's voice trembled. Looking at the huge body, his eyes were full of fear. That body, it looked no different from the human race. But its eyes were strange green and red. When its gaze fell on an ancient demon god, it immediately made the ancient demon god's physical body explode, and he coughed up blood and retreated. "I'm finally back." A voice like a large bell echoed in the demon abyss. Sleeping for countless years, the most powerful of the ancient demon gods did not recover his memories immediately after he woke up. Until now, this ancient demon god had truly awakened. Where are Sky Saint and Night Emperor? Are they still sleeping? The immortal ancient demon god looked at a trembling ancient demon god and asked calmly. Hearing this, the ancient demon god trembled as he replied, Sky Saint ancient demon god and Night Emperor ancient demon god are still asleep. I see. The immortal ancient demon god nodded in realization. Then, he stretched out a hand and directly grabbed the ancient demon god who replied. Immortal ancient demon god, spare my life. The ancient demon god, who was considered powerful, was now being held in his hand without any resistance. To this, the immortal ancient demon god's expression did not change. He directly opened his mouth and swallowed the ancient demon god. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.